I don't know what's up, dog, with you. I don't know what's up, dog, with anybody. Who's ready to Call of Cthulhu? I don't know, like... I don't really know what this is. I think it's a walking sim. I'm not really sure. I'm ready to find out, though. Edward Pierce. Gonna read this, and then I was not gonna read this because I figured it would load really fast and it'd be awkward. Can't see anything. Yo, thank you for the luck. If I'm mad, it is mercy. Overwatch. May the gods pity the man who in his callousness can remain sane to the hideous end. Ah. May the Cthulhu be with you. Oh, this is Dagon. Remember that Dagon story? They're like in the bottom of the ocean. The guy was in the ocean. There's sharks. I wonder how many references... Like, what is this? Nice, Redstone. Nice. I've never actually read any of the H.P. Lovecraft novels, but I've experienced many of them through various other forms of media. So I know of some of them, but I don't know of all of them, which is kind of unfortunate, because I bet this game has a bunch of, like, neat Lovecraftian references in it. Ah, yes. Into the Dargon. I have a lamp. Milady. This is like Amnesia. I was watching Rambling Bell play Amnesia the other day. Was not a huge fan of the game. Everything reminds me of Amnesia in this game so far. Did I go? Hold on. What if I went backwards? Red Owl taught me anything. It's always go backwards.
In my wake, hold along. Fate inescapably draws you on.
True. There should be the other door. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Alright, so real quick, I gotta blow my nose like every 2 seconds because my sinuses are killing my eyelids. And they're squishing my eyes. It's very painful. I don't know what brought this about. Like, why my sinuses are bad. Because I didn't work for 2 days. And then I just woke up and felt like this yesterday.
What a putrid.
Or whenever it was 2 days ago. Oh, gross. Oh, gross everywhere.
Don't fight. You have been chosen.
Basket? Almost said bucket. Baskets? Buckets. I thought I had played this. I have definitely not played this.
Everything has already been written.
There's like 10 different Call of Cthulhu games. I played one on the Xbox.
Perhaps you will attempt to change your destiny.
It's not this one, though. Oh, that guy's probably potentially dead. I'm awake. How awake are you guys right now?
I hate whiskey.
Same.
I wonder why I still take these things.
Sleeping pills.
The Lost Battalion. Holding your position and obeying orders. That isn't courage.
What is courage?
I used to be
Cowardly
an
dog. I wish I could read right now.
The Wentworth Agency doesn't attract top-notch cases.
Again, DMCA, turn that off. I'm trying to run a stream here.
Natural sciences, linguistics, archaeology. A good old story of blackmail in a speakeasy.
Alright, the year is like 1940, so they're probably they're willing to wait like
Runs off with her
20 years to answer
The husband couldn't understand.
give up on the phone. I'm paying $10 for this call. It's going through. Even I. Cthulhu. Something suspicious about the queen bee.
Been a while since I jotted down something other than my nightmares.
I need a nightmare book. I literally can't read this right now. Don't drink. Alright, what? Hold on. Seawalker, are you still here? What sort of narrative? Are we getting drunk? Are we getting wasted? Or are we being pure? Let's be pure. Don't drink.
I'm listening.
Are you Edward Pierce, private investigator contracted by the Wentworth Detective Agency?
That's correct.
Hello, Mr. Pierce.
Oh,
I'm
fine,
Lucy
allow.
Scarfield, in charge of investigators over at Wentworth. I'm calling because of a problem with your file. A fire has destroyed some of our documents.
Oh no.
Is that right?
I'm so very sorry, but I have to collect your personal information yet again.
Ew. Is this like the council? Alright, hold up. We go for hidden objects. Maybe we test the alcohol mechanics. Oh no. This sounds like making puzzles easier. I want to go with occultism because I think that's the only thing we never went with in the council. But I could also go with strength. Do I even have? Oh, I have eight points. I can remove points. I can't remove points.
be up to date. And on a related matter, may I raise a sensitive question?
What's wrong?
As you know, we wish to closely monitor the progress of our contractors.
Uh-huh.
And it would seem you've been accepting fewer new cases.
Work is scarce.
Mr. Pierce, you know as well as I do, there's never been more investigative work than now.
But are those cases worth it?
They're worth not losing your license. Show yourself worthy of the Wentworth Detective Agency, and we might keep you on the payroll. Mr. Pierce, are you still...
Dang.
I'm coming.
I only take crazy cases. Like this guy.
Sir, I came here on the advice of a person whom I hold in high esteem. And I must say that I expected anything but a drunkard's lair.
Oh, I haven't been drinking anything.
You're free to leave anytime, sir.
Do you know to whom you speak?
Stephen Webster, industrialist and art collector. All of Boston knows you.
Tell me, Mr. Pierce, are you capable of handling a new case, or are you simply a deadbeat inebriate?
If you
I
come
haven't
to
drank
me,
anything.
It means you're desperate.
Nobody believes me. They take me for an old fool. Sarah, my little girl. She is
Are we
dead.
supposed to drink?
Even
Maybe.
you must know of her. She was Sarah Hawkins.
The painter?
Stephen Hawkins?
Yes. Everyone knows her work.
The police accuse her of killing her family. They all died in
Oh.
a fire. Sarah, her husband, and Simon, my grandson.
How are my documents
I can't
went?
do anything for a woman who is already dead.
Find out the truth. They say she was mad, but I know that's a lie. She would never have done such a thing.
But if you have no proof,
I've brought all that I have. Look. I want you to look carefully at this painting. Tell me all the assumptions that come to mind.
what am I supposed to find?
Tell me if this is the work of madness.
I don't know. It's pretty well
or
done.
if, on the contrary, you manage to
She an
detect
AI?
some logic, a rationality to follow so that I may understand it.
Is that all you want from me?
Yes, please.
All right. I'll look at your picture. That's all you've got? The painting?
I placed a file on your desk. It contains everything I have on the affair.
Mm-hmm.
Its strange beauty isn't enough to hide the feeling of dread it carries.
I failed a skill test. What? I maxed out my occult.
A warehouse on Darkwater. Some sketches of the Hawkins family. Rather thin.
Warehouse, fire, police, accident, article, Simon. Simon, are you there?
Mr. Pierce, what do you make of these elements?
The sender's label mentions Warehouse 36.
That's right. It came with Sarah's last painting.
And you think your daughter could have been the sender?
That is what you must find out. Go to Darkwater. Find Warehouse 36.
Okay.
Her husband was a big deal on the island. But the police are sticking to the accident theory. Though they mentioned Sarah's mental state was fragile. I believe you are right, sir. This case is not as simple as it appears.
I am aware of that. I believe there is more to this case than just an accident.
Always just an accident.
You must tell me if what the police suggest about the mental state of your daughter is true.
No. Sarah had visions. Everyone knew that. She never would have hurt a fly. She only thought she saw things.
She
Saw
was
things.
crazy.
What do you mean by that?
I never knew what she meant by that. My daughter was an enigmatic figure, Mr. Pierce. You must find out the truth about her life and death.
I see.
Darkwater. Never heard of the place. Where is that?
It's a small, remote island off the coast of Boston. Sarah lived there with her son and her husband.
I suppose you want to ship me off there.
Darkwater holds the secret regarding my daughter, Mr. Pierce. You must uncover it.
That's all
I
I
think
need.
I'm beginning to understand.
I'm willing to do anything for my daughter to recover her honor.
Quiet
What if we...
down. I'm on your side.
What if we...
Let's sum things up. An artist
unrecover her
dies
honor.
with her family in a house fire. Your only clue is a sort of promontory painting sent from Darkwater right before her death.
Correct. And the rumors about her supposed folly.
Which you don't totally deny.
Find that warehouse. Find out the truth regarding Sarah Hawkins' death. You'll be handsomely compensated.
All right, I'll take the case. I'll go to Darkwater and look into the death of your daughter.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. I didn't expect any less coming from a man in your
I
situation.
love when people are like, you'll be
Something's
handsomely compensated.
But it's not like I have
You're
a
like,
choice.
okay, sure. And then at the end, they're just like, here's 6 bananas. You're like, wait a minute.
Darkwater. I think I've got a book on the North Atlantic. I'll no doubt find some information on this island in there.
Thank you for these 6 bananas. Learning a medicine. Ah, yes, this is a lot like the council. I wonder who this was by
I used to be an
and
avid reader.
when it came out. And there's a save button.
Darkwater is off the coast of Boston. But I've never heard of it. According to this book, it was often mentioned during whale hunting times at the end of the 19th century. But it seems to have been shunned since then.
Would you hunt whales?
All I have to do is go to the port. I just hope that I can find a boat able to take me to Darkwater. Natural sciences, linguistics, archaeology. I used to be an avid reader.
No. Alright, the year is 1924. October 1924. Ah, I got an achievement for accepting the case. What if I had not accepted the case? Do we just sit back down in our chair and the game ends there? Credits start rolling. Perfect. Ending we all needed, but didn't deserve. Deserve. It's probably the good ending. We don't go insane because we don't take the case. I'm gonna reveal my age by admitting the fact that I know it. Legends of Darkwater? Secrets of Darkwater? Hold on. It was Legends of Darkwater. Pirates of Darkwater. That's the one. Pirates of Darkwater. From 1991. Did we live a happy and peaceful life? Because they were going to fire us, since we were not taking cases. We denied the case, and so the detective agency fired us. We then became a drunk hobo.
Almost there.
James Fitzroy. All of Cthulhu. Boat's going really fast. I like how it just stops. How do you stop a boat like
Stay
that?
on board. There's guys coming to unload.
I like how not heavy these boxes are. Even if those boxes were empty, they're still like solid
Welcome
wood.
to Darkwater Island, Mr. Pierce.
Why, thank you, Captain Fitzroy.
So, what wind brought you?
This looks like Skyrim.
Does the Hawkins case mean anything to you?
A sad story that we would all prefer to forget. Charles Hawkins may have been a landlord.
Oh wait, make a wake up joke that I don't remember how Skyrim starts.
And his wife, Sarah Hawkins.
Nice young woman. And a great painter. What a tragedy.
Oh.
You know what? Go have a drink of the stranded whale. What you need is a good pick-me-up. Mitchell may not be very welcoming, but his bar holds a surprise for you. As for me, you'll find me at the harbor master's office.
Oh, did you look up the
If it's
the developers?
Hawkins family that brings you here, I have a pile of documents that should interest you.
Understood. I'm going for a look around the docks.
Imagine making nothing but sports games and then one day being like, guys, I really want to make a Cthulhu game.
Move back. Let the police do their work. Hey, Sullivan. Can't you go any faster?
You seen how old this thing is?
Edison.
The blood is just beginning to coagulate. It died a short time ago. Only a specialist would know what killed it.
Don't put that beast back in the water, you shysters! You're crazy! They're cops. They can't understand. Damn stupid idiots.
The same goes for you,
Really?
sir. Move along.
I'm looking for this address. Warehouse 36, Darkwater Harbor.
Ah. And so who are you?
I didn't
Who you?
introduce myself. Edward Pierce, private detective.
In any case, it's not very important. I can't answer that.
You can't? Or you don't want to?
Oh, no. I'm not getting into those games, me. Now, please, allow me to do my job.
You can't understand. You're not sailors.
I bet this guy knows where Warehouse 36
There's
is. Do
something
you know where
coming.
Warehouse 36 is?
Something real bad. Don't put that beast back in the water, you shysters! You're crazy! They're cops. They can't understand.
Do I have a map? How big is this island? I don't have a map. I want to recreate this island in Minecraft. I used to love sending people on like wild goose chases. When I worked in a mall for a while and people would ask where things were. And I worked with this guy that would always just answer with just random directions. I'm like, but he said it with such confidence that it always just sounded like he knew what he was talking about. And I was like, one day I was just like, wow, you really know this area very well. He goes, no, I just make up random directions. I was like, oh, okay. So I started doing that. And let me tell you, it's really fun. Somebody asks you where something is, and you just start telling them random areas of things like, oh yeah, you just go down until you see the bookstore, and then you take a left. And like, there's no bookstore. Then you know that person goes down there and they're walking like some random direction. Then they start asking people where the bookstore is. Not actually asking where their original destination was. They start asking like new directions. They never come back because they're too embarrassed. I literally forgot what I was doing. Go to the bar. Are you a bar? Not here for a drink. Unless you got apple juice. Ew. Punch him. Just deck him. Oh yeah!
Hey,
I like this guy. Ah.
Let's get him another drink. He's dry.
In my bar, we don't serve troublemakers.
Me who went looking for it.
Pure instinct. I behaved like a Hun, and I sincerely apologize.
Veteran, huh?
307th Infantry Regiment.
Oh. Well, that'll be okay for now. But the war is over. Try not to forget it.
I'm here
Over
for
for now.
information, not for a fight.
I prefer it that way. Speak then. I reserve the right to answer or not.
I don't want to get drunk. I feel like this is the most beneficial thing to do right now. Walker says we have to stay sober, though. Whatever. Seawalker also hasn't logged into near reincarnation in 400 days.
Captain Fitzroy told me about a little pick-me-up.
You want a drink?
I wouldn't say no to a glass.
Try this.
I think we'll get along well.
This will affect your destiny. Oh no.
Do you know where this place is? Warehouse 36, Darkwater Harbor.
The Hawkins warehouse. I see, yeah. If I were you, I wouldn't hang around there.
Why not?
First off, there are rumors. Sailors from around here say you can hear noises coming from the warehouse at night. Screams, that sort of thing.
Screams.
And that's not all.
Yes?
There's the fate of its owners and all the superstitions that go with it. But I'll say no more. Anything else?
We have a dark water.
What can you tell me about her?
We all knew she was famous on the mainland for her paintings. Never understood why. Then, I don't want to speak ill of the dead.
Her style made her famous. How would you describe it? Tortured?
Yeah, well, it wasn't normal. I mean, for a young woman with a child and all that. We saw them in the papers and we said to ourselves, who can paint such things? Is that how she sees the world?
Like,
So they made you feel
what's your face from the evil within?
You need to see them for yourself.
Artist for
Make up your
game.
own mind.
She makes some really wild looking creations.
I've got what I need.
Anything else?
The stranded whale. I guess this bar has been here a long time.
What can I tell you? I'm a nostalgic sort of guy. The name, it reminds us of the golden age of Darkwater, when our whalers left for long months and came back sweating and stinking of the oil and flesh of the whales they'd been hunting.
It was a tough time, all the same.
Ah, but steeped in glory. We've never known such wealth since then.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be all for now.
Hey guys.
Do you like our song?
I love it.
We're true sirens.
True, that's why I went straight over here.
But we give it all we've got.
That's true. It's a reminder of the time when we were still fishing for whales off Darkwater Island.
Yeah. What is this song?
I've never heard this song before.
Only people from here know it. It tells the story of the miraculous catch.
It's a local legend?
Watch what you say, young man.
That catch saved our island.
Ah. Where's the proof?
Ooh, don't say
We're
that.
the proof.
Without it, the whole of Darkwater would have died of hunger in 1847.
It's true. Everything happened just as it says in the newspaper report.
What report?
The one that's framed right behind you.
I'll turn around, looking Hitty in the back.
grandparents tasted its flesh.
And it was delicious.
Nice.
I bid you farewell, gentlemen.
Good night, stranger.
So long.
Good night, stranger. Hey.
Nightmares. Can hear things and voices whispering. Will follow its reader and appear at various locations, gifted with its own consciousness. Until it finds
Wow.
a
Oh
new
my
reader.
god, 1,000 views already? Notification gang, holla!
Holla! Hello, everyone from Jimmy's stream. Hello, Blackie. Daymares. Oh yeah, there's a new Daymare coming out. I need to check out. Let me write this down. I have a pencil. I'm writing this down in Discord. There we go.
And then he said, "You have no right to treat us like this."
And the doctor, what did he say?
He laughed.
My God.
You said it.
Mega Drikers. I meant to watch that video and then I didn't. Know what I did? Oh, I watched Pee-wee's VOD instead. Did some stuff in World of Warcraft. Anyways, are you still raising a zoo? Oh, I guess you might be back on Street Fighter.
What you looking at, stranger?
Cute girl.
The clientele is predominantly male.
Tell me something I don't know.
I meant nothing by it. I'm just wondering what a woman like you is doing in this flea trap.
And I'm wondering what could be going through the
Hey,
head of the
dinosaur
chump who
DLC.
goes to disturb her. Let me drink, stranger.
Wow. I'm so sorry for talking to the woman with her headphones on.
You have no right to treat us like this.
What we got here?
Charles Hawkins was a heavy drinker. And a debtor.
Ah,
Interesting.
interesting. T-Rex with a duck. No, no, no. Killer whale with a T-Rex. Think of
Damn stupid idiots.
Forget it.
think
Nobody
of
listens
the
to us anyway.
possibility.
That's no way to
Short
treat an
finned
old
Oh yeah. He's gonna get
killer
us into
whale.
trouble.
Actually, killer whale and T-Rex are pretty much the same
You
thing.
can't understand. You're not seeing.
I've never heard of Supernatural, but Winchester is a very common name around this time. Well, this looks like
What? Even your captain told you not to stick your noses around here
I had a
again.
raincoat.
This isn't your home, you
There's
bunch
nothing
of
for you
fat
here
rats.
either.
We go where we
Pretense.
want. Hey, you'll get us into trouble.
You're already in trouble.
Alright, well, where are we going? Oh, right.
Prohibition is just a joke around here. That suits me fine.
Yeah, working with a T-Rex. That way you get a super worker. Anyways, hello everyone, welcome to Cthulhu. This game is like, it reminds me a lot of The Council and Skyrim. I haven't met Waldo yet,
I
though.
wonder what Captain Fitzroy has got to say about this woman cat.
Cat. Woman cat. That was the girl in the bar.
broken. This place seems half abandoned. Fishing equipment. Could do with some rust remover. A souvenir from a more prosperous era. I guess this blackboard hasn't been wiped for more than 70 years.
Dang. Can you go fishing? Not yet. I only just started. And how do I see my skill points? I don't remember seeing skill points in the fishing menu. How do I level up? Well, I hit like 20 different buttons and nothing happened. Learning a medicine. Volume 2. J. There we go. I put all my points into the occultism. Medicine and occult can only be improved by objects. Ew. Interesting. Pumped all my starter points into occultism though. Speaking of fishing, the Pingu Never Left got an update, and I read what the update was, and it was a spoiler. Sort of.
This man and Fitzroy could be twins.
Saddened. But that's okay.
What a macabre souvenir.
Macabre. Wonder if we'll ever get to fish. I like how you like crouch. The animation for crouching is very real. I hope this guy doesn't mind me just like going through all of this stuff. Oh, can I get stuck in this door? No.
The Scylla. It finished up beached at the entrance to the harbor.
The Scylla. Scylla is like a squid thing. It's like Ursula from The Little Mermaid. Ursula.
I've brought out the Charles Hawkins cargo manifests. They're on the table next to you. But in truth, you're likely to be disappointed. When you're done, come join me on the deck.
Scylla is like fourth or fifth or sixth on my Monster Girl list.
I've brought out the Charles Hawkins cargo manifests. They're on the table next to you. But in truth, you're likely to be disappointed. When you're done, come join me on the deck.
These manifests are signed by Charles Hawkins. But that's all I'll get from them.
97. What year is this? 23? No clue. He's gone.
From here, I see everything that goes on in the harbor. The hard-working lives of my sailors, the fights at the stranded whale. Even the antics of these wharf rats don't escape me.
It's you who lays down the law around here.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I'm just the last serving captain on Darkwater. Tell me what I can do.
You know bee skin? Hold on. Hold on.
I'm looking for Warehouse 36. Do you know where it is?
Look, it's right there. The warehouse is opposite the jetty. You can't miss it.
Understood.
You know who the building belongs to, don't you?
Me.
It belonged to the Hawkins family.
Precisely. Ship owners from father to son.
I think that somebody here wanted me to search this warehouse.
Alright, I don't like the bee skin for Juno, but I do like the frog skin for Hera. I'm not playing this game. Oh, and it's free. The skin for Gino is free.
I'm just back from the wharves. The dead killer whale is unsettling the sailors.
Ah, yes. Us men of the sea are superstitious folk.
And then?
The police took the decision to put the killer whale back into the sea.
You've got to understand them. They didn't know what to do with it.
I think that was a mistake. Who says that whatever caused those wounds is no longer in these waters?
You think we should have kept it?
To look into the real cause of its death, at least.
True.
Killer whales don't have many known predators.
That's true. And
Flock
normally,
of seals got 'em.
they're not found around here. But, you're gonna take me for a fool.
Give it a try.
Have you heard about the depths? Trenches that plunge into the earth and that shelter creatures unlike any other.
You're talking about mythology.
Ha! Indeed, you're right.
Mythology. Wait, no, I need occultist points. Who's cat?
I found a threatening letter signed by a certain cat.
What? I don't mind you visiting my harbor master's office, but I'd prefer if you didn't go through my affairs.
Are you being blackmailed?
Whoop.
Not exactly, no. That shyster wants to make us pay protection money.
With any success?
I wouldn't say that, but she terrifies my men as much as her own.
Can you not do anything
Have
to
you
stop
tried
her?
breaking your kneecaps?
Don't you worry about that.
I see.
The miraculous catch. Is it a local legend?
Not at all. It's an episode from our glorious past.
An episode
Go read
from
the
Pirates
story
of
of the
Darkwater.
sailors' return to Darkwater Harbor. It's displayed on a wall of the stranded whale.
Uh-huh.
I was looking at your photograph. The one of the man in front of the boat.
Ah, yes, I can see the one you're talking about.
Interesting resemblance. I thought it was you, but with a wooden leg.
And for good reason. That's my father in the photograph.
Your father?
John Fitzroy, captain of the Scylla. His wooden leg is here. You can go and see it if you're interested.
Uh-huh.
Your manifests have been blacked out. They're totally unreadable.
Yeah, I saw that. I've got no idea who did it or
That's Cat.
why. I don't remember having countersigned anything special enough for someone to hide it.
And why obliterate the dates, as well as the goods stored in the warehouse?
You mean that the dates have some meaning?
I'm surprised Charles Hawkins had goods to store, knowing that whaling stopped in 1847.
I see that you're interested in the history of our island. Indeed, maritime activities ceased altogether at the end of the last century. I imagine that the Hawkins family had other types of contracts.
But you don't know with whom?
No, it was none of my business.
I see.
Can you tell me where the warehouse is again?
Look, I've already shown it to you. It's the one with the cop on guard duty out front. You can't miss it.
Understood.
I was looking up the
I shall
bee
be on
skin
my
when
way.
you told me before.
So come back and see me when you've got something new.
Got it. New care point. Hey, Kirk-Q. Do I put points into psychology, hidden spots, eloquence, or strength? It seems pretty good. Mixed strikers is not bad for me.
That's
no way to treat an omen.
Oh yeah? He's gonna get us into trouble.
You fishing? Oh yeah. And they have fishing. That one's made up. Hollow Cure has fishing. That's the only thing anybody plays in that game. You just apparently pick this lock.
Damnation. I broke it.
Dang. I don't have them Skyrim lockpicking skills. Herbs crossover DLC. What do we have here? Saint Brendan.
St. Brendan, patron saint of sailors and travelers. Desecrated. Looks like Phoenician. Or a very primitive runic script. I've never
Hello,
seen anything
Advance.
like it.
Reminds me of Arbor. Never mind. Crab traps. A lot of crab traps around here. I didn't know they were crabbing. Hey, buddy. Hey, pal.
You live here?
Why did you do that, huh?
Do what?
We saw what you did to St. Brendan.
Yeah, we'll teach you to come onto our island and ridicule our protectors.
Hi, what?
I've never heard of this saint. Is it a local belief?
But everyone knows St. Brendan, the Navigator.
He's the patron saint of whales and whalers.
What happened to the statue?
Go see for yourself. He's at the end of the jetty.
There's you, our beloved statue, and then those two bozos behind us. Wait, now that I think about it, it's got to be them. There's one of them who's always going back and forth to the statue.
Quieter. That's all we need for them to hear us.
What brings you to Darkwater?
The two guys behind you. What are they guarding?
The bootleggers. Scum.
They're protecting their territory. From whom, I wonder?
They really don't have a choice anyway. They're
How
more
you protect your
scared of
territory?
cat than an attack by drunken sailors.
Be on the
If
ground.
only they would
Mark it.
kill each other.
Is it Cat who's shaking down Captain Fitzroy?
Hold on just a minute. We didn't tell you a thing.
Nothing at all.
Isn't it a bit early for alcohol?
We got nothing better to do anyway. There's not much work around here.
Fitzroy gives us a few chores every now and again, but since the whaling station shut down, ain't a lot of jobs left around here.
So we drink.
Wait, but whaling's been shut down for almost 100. It's been like 80 years.
Peculiar house.
Yeah, that's where we live. Our boat.
It's not because it doesn't float anymore that we're going to abandon it.
Ah.
That statue represents your local saint.
What do you mean by local, exactly?
You wouldn't be looking down at us, like all townspeople do.
St. Brendan. He protected whalers and fishermen like us.
And?
Until those assholes defaced him.
Oh. Jerks.
I've taken enough of your time.
We'll see you later.
Why, you could tell me.
No, if it gets out, I'll have serious problems with you-know-who.
How could you be dumb enough to leave the entrance to the warehouses unguarded?
Keep your voice down. Why not go and shout at the cat while you're at it? I don't want to end up with her little knife under my throat.
It's
Maybe
a
I
stiletto,
do.
you idiot. And with that smell on your breath, I don't give you much chance anyway.
Hey,
Who's this
friends.
guy?
No idea. You better keep it shut. What's with you wandering around here like a hungry dog?
We
Hungry
saw
for
you talking to
words.
the two soaks. Go die of thirst, the lot of you. It'll stink less.
Wow.
Cat. She's your boss.
What? You listen through keyholes.
She's the boss, yeah. She says who goes in or not.
Shut up, you dummy. You wanted to know that you also talk too much.
She must be quite intimidating if she can make two men like you tremble. She redid the smile at the last one who wanted to get in. I hope he had a good dentist. No, you don't understand. She really cut him a new smile.
But he only smiles with the left cheek.
Oh.
I've got to enter the Hawkins warehouse. I guess it's going to be complicated. No, it's very simple, in fact. Fuck off.
Wow.
I don't give a damn about your racket. I just want to get into this warehouse.
And we don't give a damn about you. Whatever your reason for wanting inside, there's nothing we can do for you.
I bid you gentlemen farewell.
I just climb over. They don't let me jump. That's because they know I would use these crab traps to jump across. Get behind everything.
Where do you think you're going? I'm not here to hinder your work, officer. Edward Pierce, private detective.
Sorry, we're all a little on edge today. What are you doing here?
I'm investigating the death of the Hawkins family.
Darn it. Why do you want to drag up all that stuff again?
My investigation has led me to this warehouse.
That case was closed months ago.
Months ago?
What more can you say about the death of the Hawkins family?
Not much more than what everyone knows. I wasn't on the case. They were all burnt to death, right? Up at their place.
The whole mansion went up in flames.
Don't get it into your head to go wandering around up there. It's dangerous.
What do you mean by that?
The only one left there is old Silas, and the accident has affected him badly. He can be unpredictable, especially if a stranger starts poking around the property.
Silas.
Is he a danger to the public?
No, he's in his own home. Do yourself a favor. Leave him well alone.
How do I like this game? It's okay so far. I mean, all Cthulhu, like all H.P. Lovecraft games have the same, I hate to call it problem, issue, or whatever. They all start off really, really slow. Like, really, really terribly slow. No matter what game it is. The first, like, half of the game, it's just really boring and slow going as it, like, kind of starts to build up. And then the second half of every single H.P. Lovecraft game I've ever played is just complete chaos. And just wild and just really crazy. So as long as you're willing to get through the tough, boring beginning parts, and like make your way through all the world building that they do, they typically pay off pretty well. But we're still in the very beginning of the game, so just kind of learning about whatever this village is, and whatnot. Learning about all the different characters, all that stuff. It's been pretty all right so far.
What? Another break?
One of those damn sailors came looking for trouble again.
But he won't try again anytime soon. We gave him a good hiding.
So you said to yourselves that after such a feat, you could abandon your post.
It's just a little drink. We taught those guys a lesson.
We'll return right after. It's just that standing guard in this alley makes your throat dry.
That fool Fitzroy can't keep his dogs on a leash.
You're saying I
I'll
could
have
just
to send him a more clear-cut message.
just walk past the thing now?
I told you to beat it. I told you to beat it.
Fine. What if I talk to you from down here?
I told you to beat it.
Some game's gonna do that. Where like you have to talk to somebody like crowd. So there's like 10 different Call of Cthulhu games. I don't know if you're looking at the right one. Xbox? I think that's the one where you play as a different detective. That might be the other Call of Cthulhu. I mean, I don't know. Like I said, every game starts off the same. I've never played this before, and I'm only an hour in. So I have no review of this game so far whatsoever. 2019? Oh, that's probably this one then. I don't know. There's a lot of these. Everyone likes to do their own H.P. Lovecraft.
We're no longer at home on our own island.
Calm down. It's not worth the effort.
I told him, that flunky, that he'll see what a real sailor
Oh, I have no
has in his
idea,
belly.
Advance.
If you continue like that, everyone will see what you've got in your belly.
I hope so. I hope they don't forget the lesson. Me? I'm not scared of some girl.
I mean they're going to cut you open, you idiot. Calm down.
But I mean, it's a standard like walking simulator with some neat mechanics. You got like skill systems for the different ways you can play through the game, so it's got like some replayability. Whatnot. But I'm only an hour into it. I have no idea. Is this the warehouse? I don't think I have hidden items skill. Ladder? Oh.
It looks like there's a way in under this grate.
Way into what? This looks dangerous. Let's push this
I
thing.
could use this old winch to lift the grating.
Yeah,
but
just
it's
push
been
it.
completely taken to bits.
Yeah,
There
just
must be
take it
some
off.
spare parts amid all this clutter.
And then, A.
This handle will be perfect for the winch.
A. Y'all got any more of them hidden objects?
A whale vertebra. This place is full of junk.
What the? Who just leaves a whale vertebra hanging around? Missing an item? Should have put more points into hidden items. Nice.
A ratchet device. Exactly what I need.
A ratchet. I still need more stuff. You literally just kick it. Just kick it off the thing. The gravity do its work.
It should be possible to mount this cogwheel on the winch.
Where did I get this lighter? How do I get rid of this lighter?
Looks like everything is in its place. All that's left is to try to turn this handle.
Okay. I mean, I hope this is a fun mini game. Oh.
Damn, I broke it.
Just kick it. Literally just kick it. Now what? If in the end we just kick it off the side, I'm gonna be very upset. Need our character to listen to me. Me, the player. I know what I'm talking about. Just kick it. I think that's a sign, Jimmy. Is that game by Bethesda? Who made that game?
Well, well. A little mouse has got lost on our turf.
Hey,
You're not
cat.
only inquisitive, you're also stupid. What gave you the crazy idea to come onto my turf?
Oh, your turf.
Your turf? That's news to me.
For a guy who has no idea, you've been doing a fair bit of poking
Any of your
around.
friends are looking to see.
My men saw you staking out the Hawkins warehouse.
Is that against the law?
It is,
I'm no
Jimmy.
idiot,
Pretty sure her name is Kat.
I'll tell you how things work around here. I decide who comes in and who stays out. And anyone who doesn't respect my rules, I punish them.
You're a cat.
Is your name Kat?
What of it?
Maybe we can come to an understanding.
Maybe.
Understand this. Break her
Or maybe
kneecaps.
not.
Give her a jar kick. Oh, she's got a knife. Oh, I should have put more points in strength.
Get this joker out of here. He might have a little trouble walking on his own.
She didn't do anything.
Oh, I'm getting careless. I didn't see that coming. If I want to get into this warehouse, I'm going to have to deal with her.
I'm gonna deal with her. First, I'm gonna buy her a drink. Then I'm gonna compliment her outfit. Hey, guys.
Well, well, look who's back.
Did you miss us?
Yes.
I have an offer that could interest you.
We're
Not married,
listening.
indeed.
I need you to keep them busy for a while.
You send us to take the punishment while you go quietly about your business. What's in it for us?
What would convince you to help me?
There's only one thing that'll get us to move.
For sure. Bring us something to drink and we'll take care of the bootleggers.
What was the name? Hold on, hold on. What's the name of that game I played where that was actually the plan? No, it was like the big one, or the next big thing. I think it was called the next big thing. You had to, like, convince this Egyptian goddess that you were in love with her, and then get married to her butt, make love to her, and then steal all her stuff and leave.
I'll be back.
Take your time. We're going nowhere.
All right.
Get it? Nobody listens to us anyway.
That's no way to
Do I want a drink? Or is Cat still here?
You have no right to choose.
Hey, ma'am.
Hey, Mitchell. A drink for our new friend. I owe you. You don't know how to fight, but at least you've got guts.
Ah, she's turned on.
Aching guts.
Huh. I've got them too. But you don't hear me whining like a pooch who's lost its leash. You didn't back down. Something that I respect. So understand by that, if I catch you again, you'll carry a more permanent reminder of our encounter. Tell me, what
Ring?
brings you to Darkwater?
On my other hand?
I'm investigating the deaths of the Hawkins family.
It's very nice of you to tell me the truth so openly, but it's also really stupid of you. You really don't seem to know the area. Let me give you a little advice.
I bet you give me a
If you
tour.
want to survive more than a day in this rat hole, avoid talking about them to the first people you meet.
I need help.
Is that more dangerous than having a drink with you?
I'm not kidding. The old families, they were here long before us, and they'll be here long after we're gone.
The old families?
The descendants of the first whalers. These people truly worship their ancestors.
I see.
I've got a few questions about the island.
I'm not here to give you information. Mitchell will tell you what he wants to tell you.
I need to get into the Hawkins warehouse.
You're out of luck. It's on my turf.
It's precisely for that reason that I've come to see you.
Are you pulling my leg?
I'm losing my patience.
Think it over. I've seen what you're capable of. And you didn't miss me.
I accept the compliment. Well, I see you're serious. To be honest, as long as it doesn't interfere with my business, I don't care. But I'll go with you, to make sure you don't stick your nose into things that don't concern you.
Sounds honest to me.
I'm not finished. If I do that for you, if I let you onto our turf to conduct your little affairs, you'll be indebted to me, and I guarantee that I always collect on what I'm owed. Think about it. I help you, you'll owe me a favor in return. Do you accept?
I like this bargain.
Do I have a choice?
Oh, we always have one, Detective.
Wonder what crazy thing she's gonna make me do.
Follow me.
Nobody questions your authority here. I was given to believe that Fitzroy stood up to you.
That dope tried to save face in front of his sailors. They revere their brave captain as they do their old statues. But sooner or later, all statues get buried in bird shit. And nobody cares.
True.
And the police? They do nothing to stop you?
The local cops? The cops drink like everyone else, sweetheart. They know where their interests lie. Apart from that pig-headed Bradley. I don't know whether to admire his stubbornness or to have pity on him.
Get it? Nobody listens to us anyway.
That's no way to treat an omen.
I can't believe we're already going on a date with her.
He's gonna get us into
She's taking us to the local warehouses. How do I hold her hand? I hold your hand.
It's fine. He's with me.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, see, I'm a VIP. I hope she goes crazy with us. Alright, she's taking us to this dark alley. Oh no.
Be a gentleman and move that for me.
Of course. Just the favor I owe you. Debt paid. Ah, that was easy. Why is she picking her own lock?
That's how it's done.
Ah.
Do I still need to hold your hand?
Yes.
Or do you think you'll get by on your own now?
No, please hold my hand.
Don't overdo it.
Good.
You
In that
don't need
case,
a
I'll
light.
leave you. I've done enough mothering for now.
No!
Ugh, this place stinks.
Yeah, I got a.
What is the connection
point.
between this place and the Sarah Hawkins case?
Whoa. To enter a reconstruction scene? Whoa. I apparently have special powers.
What happened here?
Ma.
What is this picture of Charles and Sarah Hawkins doing here?
I started to go, why do they got dinosaur bones here? And then I remembered this is a whaling thing.
Is this one of Sarah Hawkins' paintings? It smells as bad as it looks.
Medicine?
Who has enough money to buy painkillers, but stays in a place like this? Can't sleep. I know how that feels.
Bro. Le Bonty. Easy in. Jason Voorhees. Yes. Oh, my eyes. How did I get over here? The drugs are still here. I know these people. I guess that's it.
Someone has settled in here.
And whoever it is has something to tell me about the Hawkins case. Is there anyone in there?
I'm in here.
Don't move! Detective Pierce. I told you to stay away from this warehouse.
What? What?
Wound up? You mean messed up?
Dog. We don't take no lessons from the likes of you. We do our job carefully and fairly. No stone was left unturned.
Really? Can you explain what this painting is doing here?
This strange portrait. Wait, I know it. It was in the Hawkins mansion when we came to investigate the fire.
So you confirm that it was removed from the crime scene? Interesting. I'd like to go and see the mansion now.
I say it's a hard game. I mean, it's a typical walking
Go
sim.
back along his trail.
Walking sims are just about puzzles, basically.
This painting made it to here. Come on. My car's parked down the way. Andrews,
You just walk around, figure out.
Eyes, damn it. This guy went right under your nose.
Oh, I guess Cat was
God damn it.
unlocking the police thing.
This case has nothing to do with you, Baker. Clear the passage or I'll shut you up for obstruction.
Officer Bradley, you've finally grown a pair.
Are the puzzles
Too
hard?
bad
Not
you're too fat
so
to
far.
see them down there.
Why you?
Come on, keep the smile. You don't want to force me to widen it.
Okay, I get it. Can we go to the mansion now?
I thought I'd straightened you out, mister. I am disappointed. But we'll meet again.
Wait, no.
Is it far, this mansion?
Look behind.
Why is Cat upset with us? Turn your back to your enemy. You're about to get clubbed.
That's the Hawkins mansion. Come on, we got some driving to do.
Wait, but a cat. It seemed like there were a lot of different ways I could have gotten into the warehouse. I chose the sexiest one. Do-boo? How's it going, trying it?
Well, here we are, Hawkins mansion.
I'm a bit woozy. I'm feeling a bit blinded.
The place has been abandoned since the fire. There's only old Winchester in his hut.
Ah, yes. Well, let me click on this.
Your partner, Andrews, warned me against him.
You managed to
Matt
get
Big?
something out of that
No.
bomb? I'll end up asking you for advice.
He talks too much. He inferred that old Silas was slightly unhinged.
That's not far off the mark, I suppose. But kinda unfair at the same time. You know, Silas Winchester
Jimmy.
has been working for the Hawkins family as far back as
Sometimes
I
you
can
gotta give
remember.
up.
Charles was like a son to him. The day of the fire, he lost his whole family. So he's got nowhere to go. And, as you'll see, in a way, he's still watching over them. Is there anything else you want to ask me? Or do you want to go up there?
I prefer to be prepared if there's going to be trouble.
It's a wise attitude. But apart from old Silas and some rotten floorboards, there's nothing to worry about.
Could he be a problem?
Strictly speaking, he ain't dangerous. But since the tragedy, he's been a little touched. Though, he's a remarkably sturdy man, given his age. A true force of nature.
A sad old man.
Like
doesn't
Alfred
worry
from
me.
Batman.
Gee, if you don't want to listen to my advice, we might as well go. Right?
Right.
You're the one who looked after the Hawkins case.
Don't think I was trying to hide it. It's just that this discovery shakes my convictions.
That's why you're so keen to find out who removed the painting from the mansion.
Yes. If something escaped us, or if there's been a law enforcement error, then it's up to the police to make good its mistake. Anything else?
Night falls quickly here, and I want to be able to see when we arrive.
I'll go with you, if only to reassure Silas.
Refuse.
You stay here and keep an eye on things.
Okay. But don't get the impression that I'll leave you alone inside the mansion.
I wish we had Cat with us. I wonder if we could have had Cat with us. I'm sad. No Cat. He beat me in a fist fight, so... He almost stabbed me too.
Recently fallen. It's as if all life has abandoned the place.
Climb over it.
Sturdy and well sharpened. Sturdy and well sharpened.
Sturdy. Oh, jeez.
Poe's prophetic raven.
Oh. Why?
1693. This house is much older than it seems.
Wow. Wait. Oh, never mind. Where are we? Like, what country are we in? Hello, I'm here for graves.
The flowers on Sarah Hawkins' grave are fresh.
Mm-hmm. When was Sarah?
Someone must really hate Charles Hawkins.
Mm-hmm.
Poor kid.
Who's their kid? He's 9. Silas is very friendly. I like houses that have, like, houses off of the house.
The axe is gone. I'd better be on my guard. The axe is gone.
Uh-oh.
I'd better be on my guard.
Like, this is cool. Like little
This entrance is still in use.
side buildings. Oh.
You were trying to force the door, you nosy prick.
Yeah, why
Easy,
were you
sir.
trying to force
All
the
right?
door?
Put down the axe.
You know what we do with rubble like you? We gut them. Dump them into the ocean.
You're Mr. Winchester. Lower that axe. And let's talk calmly.
I'll show you how we have it out on Darkwater.
Grab his axe. Oh, God.
What do you think you're doing? So talk.
I'm asking
and
the
no
questions
baloney.
around here.
The police report describes a domestic accident. But Stephen Webster has several reasons to believe that this may not be the case.
Webster is as stubborn as an old mule. And I did tell him that we should let the dead rest in peace.
He wants to restore the reputation of his daughter. I just need to see where the fire started.
The mansion isn't safe. You would break your neck as sure as you're trying my patience right now.
That's why you barricaded the entrance.
That's right.
And this door?
It's locked. And I make sure it stays that way.
The sooner I carry out my investigation, the sooner I wrap up the case and return to Boston. After which, you'll never hear of me again.
Huh. I like the sound of that. But I have a better idea. You leave right now, and you never come back. What now?
I've got to find a way in, whether he likes it or not.
Sneak up behind him. Take his key. Oh, the policeman's
What
here.
now?
Better be fast.
This gate is locked.
Back. like the look of everything in this game. It's very grimy and like island-ish. Now I get an axe. No, pick up the axe.
The poor wretch seems to spend the best part of his time isolated from the world. I know a thing or two about solitude myself. Rather Spartan. The caretaker has simple tastes. Bourbon. Empty, of course.
Only a cat was with us. Got it.
I hope it's the key to the tradesman's entrance.
We gotta cover our tracks. I'm really curious if you could have Cat with you here.
P.S.
Guy went.
Shall we enter? Old Silas didn't give you the key, huh? I suppose we'll have to find it ourselves.
Already found it.
I'm working on it.
I literally already found it. Where's old Silas?
Do you have a moment?
What now?
Nothing. Sorry.
Stop wasting my time.
Alright then. I'm going in. Or I'm going over here. Never got to try the front door, because I figured that was the way in. Got cutscened.
I'll have to find another entrance.
Climb with the vines. We're going in.
Pierce, shall we enter?
Let's take a look inside.
I'm coming with you. There's no way I'll leave you alone in there without a watchful eye.
Ah, yes. Wonder if this is it's a walking sim, and in most walking sims there's no like threat. You can never really die. I wonder how true that is for this game.
Follow me. I know the place. Who left this light on?
Light in your hand? Actually, wait, I got all kinds of points now. What was I doing? Oh, eloquence, maybe? Super eloquent.
The Last Supper of the Hawkins. What does this tell me?
Tells me they aren't vampires. That Cthulhu's head.
What kind of meat is this?
Delicious. Some kind of squid. What if they went insane because they were eating Cthulhu? Cthulhu? I didn't actually mean to say that.
This place is for the head of the family, Charles Hawkins.
Charles.
The boy was probably here. Smashed his plate on the floor. Sarah Hawkins' plate. Why did she leave it untouched?
Yeah, she never
Something
ate.
happened at this table. An argument?
Never ate any of her delicious Cthulhu.
Hey, Pierce. Daydreaming again?
Working, officer. This dinner table tells us a lot about the Hawkins family life.
Well, we don't have all day. The scene of the fire is next door.
Bum bum bum. You need a light?
Sarah Hawkins and little Simon. The perfect picture of the middle-class family.
Talking to somebody over there?
Let's see if I can find something the cops missed. Was Charles Hawkins some kind of explorer?
Imagine being an explorer in this day and age.
Too much rubble. I'll find an easier way. Charles and Sarah's wedding is painted by Sarah herself.
Body?
The child's corpse left a trace. Where are the others? Was Charles Hawkins a heavy drinker?
He's not a heavy drinker on this island.
They had a fight. Why? Did Sarah Hawkins lose one of her shoes? How?
Shadows? Her neck, like, broken.
Did it stop at the time of the fire?
I can't. There's not enough clues to solve this mystery.
If the painting I found on the docks really came from here, how come it didn't burn?
It's Jason Voorhees. There's Mr. Ink. True.
Did someone escape the fire?
Me, I escaped the fire. Jason Voorhees. He's nuts.
Blood. This lamp was thrown. This was no accident. This was a fight. Someone fell here. A desperate attempt to flee.
Same, Kirk, you. Same.
And the boy.
So, Detective, what do you make of it?
I firmly believe this fire was more than just an accident.
Huh. What's your theory?
Fine. This is a crime of passion.
I think the Hawkins couple got into a fight.
You sure of that?
There's only one way to be sure.
Time machine.
I just ask that you don't disturb anything. If Chief West found out about what we're doing, I'd be in serious trouble.
The door opens both ways.
This door is locked.
How do they do that? Medicine. What? Who's LeBron? LeBron James? Speaking of LeBron James, who's excited for a good burger too?
These bandages are covered in dried blood. The same bandages that I saw in the warehouse on the docks. And given the bloodstains, I'd also say that it's the same person.
There's so many clues everywhere. Like these
The
documents.
lyrics of the drunken sailor, a sea shanty.
There was a fire, but also this place looks like it's been in disarray for a while.
An original edition of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein.
Oh, wow.
Dated 1818.
Wow. Oh, don't go that way. There's a good burger book. What? They fight Mondo Burger? You should group watch the first movie. It's terrible.
Moby Dick, Melville's classic. The epic battle between man and whale.
Always wanted to read Moby Dick.
Mandatory reading for any whaler, I guess.
Just because it sounds outrageous. I'm gonna watch a 6-hour video documentary on it instead.
This piano is in disrepair. Looks like the Hawkins kept it more for decoration than for music.
True.
This place was falling apart long before the fire.
That's what I said. So many cobwebs.
What do you know about Charles Hawkins' activities?
Well, not much, to be honest. We all assumed the Hawkins lived on Charles's inheritance.
And?
If you're right, we should be able to find clues among the Hawkins' personal effects.
There's already a book? I wonder if the movie's based on the book. You didn't find out.
20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Ah.
Another story about the mysteries of the deep.
Anybody else scared of 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea? I thought this was a painting for a second.
There's something disturbing about this painting.
My life book is based on a true story.
A book on hunting whales, the island's staple diet last century. Dark water history. This place was settled back in 1692.
What's it about?
By two families that seceded from the New England colonies.
I don't know, but I'm hoping we find a book about the Pirates of Dark Water up here.
Greek mythology.
I love
Hecate,
oh, God.
goddess of the dead, daughter of Tartarus, and mother of Scylla.
Love Scylla. I said Scylla's like 5th or 6th on my Monster Girl list. Kirk, you. Only thing I remember about that movie was them going through the drive-thru and her just saying, and then, because I used to do that to my friends all the time. What are we looking for? I ain't found nothing.
Did you hear that?
I hear what?
What do you know about Charles Hawkins' activities?
I heard somebody.
Not much, to be honest. We all assumed the Hawkins lived on Charles's inheritance.
There's somebody banging at the window.
This door is blocked from the outside.
Did we come from this direction? I am not sure how I got. Okay, this is where we started. Okay.
This door is locked.
True. That was a series of clues. Where would I hide myself? On the floor.
The lyrics of the drunken sailor, a sea shanty.
What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor early in the morning? Buried in the ground until he's sober. Buried in the ground until he's sober. Is that how it goes? Early in the morning. Oh, the clues. Oh, we're still on about that. I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure it's put it in the brig.
This place was falling apart long before the fire.
If you right click, you can like lean to the left and right.
A book on the first inhabitants of the island. It seems they got here around the 14th century.
What? Is this one new? Human body. Ooh. Books. And a lot of medical books. I feel like I haven't... Wait. Did I go in here? No, I didn't. I was gonna say, I feel like I haven't missed anything. Except for this entire room.
What could Sarah have done to make this person threaten to call the police?
Imagine getting a letter. Hey man, you're cool, right? I just want to let you know that your wife is insane. And I'm gonna call the police if she doesn't stop scaring my family. Kinda spooky.
Locked. The boys' room.
Wow, 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 wow.
A child's fort. From what threat was Simon protecting his world?
Cthulhu?
Tom Sawyer. Mark Twain. Sarah must have read it to him before bed.
Did your parents ever read you really boring stories before bed?
Sleeping pills. Strong for an 11-year-old boy. What was wrong with this family? What nightmarish vision could have inspired them?
Aren't
Simon's
nightmarish
troubles went beyond
visions?
family problems. That kid saw something. Something terrified him.
It's just, these are regular things under people's beds. Have y'all not seen these before under your bed? That's what I do all the time, though, Jimmy. I've listened to so many books on audio. Get an item. I got any of them hidden items? I used to listen to a lot of the Warcraft books while playing World of Warcraft. One that was locked. Dang, this key don't work.
What will her room reveal about her?
Whole thing on the floor.
Barbiturates. Sarah Hawkins must have been
Whoa.
extremely agitated resorting to such a treatment.
I don't know what those are, thankfully. I have the key. No, I have a key. God dang it. Why don't we have Cat with us?
This padlock is too complicated for me. It's no use. The padlock won't give.
Where's Cat? I can't see anything. I'm so medium levels of upset the Cat's not with us. But I don't know if she could have not been with us. If we had gone out the back.
This door is locked.
Wait, how do I use...
It's no use. The padlock won't give.
How do I use this key?
This door is locked.
Was the kids' room... Oh, my key did work. What the F? She was doing gyromancy. Oh my god, not again. I should have known.
This ledger lists all of the paintings Sarah Hawkins sold.
That's a lot of money for 1924. Returned.
It seems the last one was given for free to a Francis Sanders. I wonder why. Despite what happened, they seem to have loved each other. Was Sarah Hawkins interested in the occult? Looks like a revocation ritual. Was she trying to invoke something or banish it?
No, this is a gyromancy circle.
The door is blocked on the other side.
Oh, is this the door that we tried to pick the lock for? I guess there's multiple ways into this room. Hello? Nothing here.
Sarah Hawkins' agent was getting worried. Seems she wasn't giving any signs of life.
God dang, Maximilian. Don't forget your friend. You're no Barry. Sometimes it sounds like there's somebody knocking at the window.
Bradley? Is that you? Is anyone there?
Whose lantern is that? I'll just pick this random lantern up. God, it's me. Went into somebody's house and you saw like a half-finished painting of yourself. Whoa.
You! Stop!
Would you be freaked out?
Bradley, did you see which way he went?
Who? I didn't see anyone. I just heard some noise. Are you all right?
A man was hiding on the upper level. He ran when he saw me. He can't be far.
No, he can be
I'll
far.
cover you.
This door was closed earlier.
This door. This door was closed earlier.
Where did he go? As if the bookcase has been moved several times.
Do you really think that your fugitive came in here? I don't see any way out.
I do.
Seems like this came from a log.
Dropped anchor in 1847. This is a lot of words. Wales. Only play crappy games. Like?
They look like Celtic runes. Charles must have brought them back from one of his foreign trips. Charles Hawkins was keeping her father's letters from her.
What? Whoa. Who does that? What kind of relationship was this?
This globe seems to have been part of some mechanism.
Oh, it's probably how we opened the thing. I'd like to go to... Alright. Where's everybody's favorite place ever? Transylvania? Let's go. Got it.
Doesn't work. I must have missed something. It looks like an old seaway map.
I see. Way.
Looks like the navigational paths described in the log.
Where was the log?
Clearly, Charles Hawkins knew Captain Fitzroy very well. I wonder who the man with the glasses is in the photograph. Probably another friend of Hawkins. It looks like a freehand map of Darkwater. Certain areas have been highlighted. I wonder why. The Scylla. It's the boat that was stranded at the entrance to the harbor. This panel is movable.
Ah, yes.
Cogwheels. They must be linked to an opening mechanism. Probably a secret passage. I must find a way to activate the opening mechanism.
Force the gear train.
I'd be better off not touching them for the moment.
Yeah, I don't have any strength. I only studied the occult. However,
doesn't work. There must be a link with the Seaway map.
Alright, 33 north, 53 west. That's my guess. 33 north. Wait, what day is this? 1847, June.
Looks like the navigational paths described in the log.
Like right in the middle there. Nice.
Looks like it worked.
Got an achievement, a brilliant
Well done,
mind.
Pierce.
What do you make of all this?
Have you seen the old maritime maps on Charles Hawkins' desk?
Strange. No ship has left Darkwater shore for years. Maybe he kept them for sentimental reasons.
Charles Hawkins was a sort of traveler, right?
More like an adventurer, I guess. He left for months, exploring remote places and abandoned temples.
Like Argo from Near Reincarnation.
Have you seen the old maritime maps on Charles Hawkins' desk?
Strange. No ship has left Darkwater shore for years.
Wait, is Erdrea the name of that place in Dragon Quest XI?
The secret passage, under the manor. It's like a detective novel.
I'm a detective.
That guy must have already gotten far.
Yeah. And he had a direct means of entry to the crime scene. We must find him.
What is this place? It's more than just a tunnel. Look. Someone's been here recently.
3 seats.
Uh-huh. Got a feeling. Comes the agent.
Did Charles Hawkins use this place? Who were the others?
This Cthulhu.
What is this mask supposed to represent?
I maxed out my occultism. How do I not know? I need more points. All the way into speech. Why mask? After the visage of me, it's true. Kylie Chaos entry. Mia Kai looks like Cthulhu. That's weird. I saw something that was not there.
Did Charles Hawkins hide something in this chest?
Kick it open. What is this? How long has that been there?
This piece of cloth is unmistakably from a dress. Was Sarah Hawkins here? This padlock is too complicated for me.
God dang it, where's Kat? Still upset she's not with us. After all I went through to gain her trust. Say, it keeps going down.
Where you going? I can't keep up with you in this darkness.
Are you scared? I want to see how far these steps go.
Who's talking about being scared? I'll wait for you by the door.
That was with us, what she had said. Hey. Oh, no turning back.
Some kind of dream catcher. If I touch it, it'll turn to dust.
Whoa. They're trying to catch the biggest dream of them all. The dream of the whalefish. The whale. What was the Link's Awakening guy? I got a character point for jumping.
There you are again.
Yell at him.
Well done, Pierce. And it looks like you found our fugitive. This door is securely shut. I'll look for another passage.
It's an underground cave. We can advance this side.
Yeah, I can see that. You, please excuse me, but given your condition, I'll stick to my idea.
My condition?
I'm not cut out for this kind of acrobatics.
All right. Look for another entrance.
What kind of condition do I have?
Catch up with our man.
Commenting on my weak strength.
Time has weakened these structures.
What the? What the?
It looks like animal oil, but certainly not whale.
This Cthulhu's oils? Wish I had Cthulhu oil. Just rub myself down.
What's going on here?
Wow, this place looks awesome.
Pierce!
Keep your voice down. We're not alone.
Good God. What have you got me into?
We'll see. I'll go on. Try to go down on your side.
Yeah, there's a passage. I'll meet you at the bottom.
Our voices don't echo at all. Wow, there's a bunch of people here. What is this place? They trying to restore the Sword of Baphomet? Oh, what are they doing? Not a cult. Have you guys ever joined a cult? Is there a picture of me?
And mass grave. A table for sacrifice?
Don't fall down the hole. Ah, no. We fell down the hole.
I gotta...
It was just like the dream we had.
Oh, it can't breathe. What's happening?
What happening? I mean, we're just covered in whale oil. Why am I freaking out?
No, damn it! I must find a way out of here. No, damn it! I must find a way out of here.
That's not what happened in my dream. Or was it? I don't remember. That was like 2 hours and 16 minutes ago.
Is it my turn? Yes.
Cultist. It's not a cult.
You will soon be one of us. If your body and mind are ready.
I dream of it every night. I have constant visions. I am ready.
Good enough. Prove it to us.
It's like in my dream.
Oh no, no dream. Just a cult.
A pre-Columbian tribal dagger.
Ah, nice.
Probably
I love daggers.
destined for scarification rituals. Pre-classical Latin? Let's see what it says. What is this awakening they talk about? And this sacred flesh?
That's just regular Bible talk. This is not a cult. In my dream... In our dream, we died by doing one thing, so we don't want to do that. We want to do something different. So that we don't die. Let me get some bolt cutters. Guess we do what my dream did, but minus the bolt cutters.
You who sleeps, accept this dreamer under your immortal wing.
Ya Cthulhu Nithsiha Fitag.
Sounds familiar.
Grant him your flesh and accept his, so that his body and yours may be one.
Locked.
Padk Cthulhu Bithinkor.
Cthulhu.
Grant him your mind and accept his, so that his mind and yours may be one.
I have an idea.
Loig Padk Cthulhu Loigna. Here, there's somebody here.
That was not me. Oh, you can game over. I am shocked.
I feel him.
Shh. You are gifted indeed. Not another word. Bring me more sacred flesh.
Run her around a bit. Are y'all sleeping?
Pray for your return into the kingdom of the earth.
Dead? This ritual killed him.
No,
Where's
no,
the
no.
sense in that?
Sleeping cultist. He's not dead. He's sleeping.
We are ready for the ceremony. What about your protege?
His awakening. Again, this primitive writing.
Oh, primitive writing. Just because you can't read it.
Stellbas Natulu, Lenalaf, Kle Nochschlag, Hele, Gorkaniha, Sigov, Enihapetach, Nikif, Stellbas Natulu, Lenalaf,
Yes.
Kle Nochschlag, Hele,
I'll praise Cthulhu.
Sigov, Enihapetach, Nikif, Stellbas Natulu.
Bradley, what are you doing here? I saw two odd-looking guys coming down. Seemed up to no good.
Oh, Bradley is so
What
dead.
in the world is this?
An intruder!
Oh, shit.
Watch out, Bradley.
Police! Don't move!
Wait, is that,
I won't hesitate.
Bradley, get back! Get back!
You asked for it!
Ooh, no, that's the caretaker. Yeah.
Charles.
Whoever Charles is.
You shouldn't have seen this.
Oh, Charles Hawkins. I don't know who that is. I mean, I know who that is, but I didn't know who that was. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Run, run, run!
It's caving in. I need to get out of here.
I wonder if the guy upstairs was actually like protecting all this and not just being regular. Silas, is that his name? Silas is trying to keep people out from this. Did he know? Silas in on this? Oh geez, I'm in on this.
My leg!
I don't have any legs. I don't have any hands either. Which cat was here? Well, maybe I don't wish she was here. We go into the light. Always go into the light.
Light. At last.
What does that even mean? It's never over until never over until we are sitting safely in our house. Wait, rush to the Riverside Institute. Who took me there? Was it Cat? Was it Silas? Was it the captain? How and why am I here?
Prepare another shot point, Jackson.
Ow. Oh, I'm terrified of needles. I looked away, but then I looked at my laptop monitor just showing the same
He's having a
scene.
seizure.
He will survive. A strong subject.
There, he's opening his eyes.
You saved him, Fuller.
Hey, but Bradley...
I can't get up.
Don't
Bradley's
move,
dead.
Pierce. You can certainly say that you gave us a scare.
What did you do to me? Undo these straps!
Whoa, go easy, my friend.
You were dead. He killed you.
Yeah, what the...
Are you sure he's better?
He was dead. Me too, we were dead. What are you doing?
I'm sorry, my friend.
What? No!
Something fishy's going on. Get it? Because we're on an island of fishermen.
What happened to me?
It's me yelling in the next room.
Where am I?
Hello?
Mr. Sanders, you have to come with us.
No, please. I can't leave here.
He drew all sorts of cool stuff on the ground.
And neither do we.
No, you don't understand. If I go out, he'll see me. No, no!
You're leaving this cell.
Please. I don't want him to find me.
Okay. I hope Kat rescues us. I miss her. They gassing me? I think they're gassing me. It is Kirky. That's probably why they let me sleep. No, I'm gonna not sleep. Then they're gonna be like, oh, he's not even here. Then they'll open the door. I'll just sneak out. I'm already crouched. Alright, I don't think that's the solution. Ah. Alright, now we're in Outlast. Whoa.
They tracked and hunted me, pursued me right into their dreams.
What?
They scribbled all over their maps in the wake of my lonely wanderings.
Hey guys. I have this condition. Kinda like this one, except every few seconds it gets really dark. Then it gets bright again. Then it gets really dark again. And then bright again. And it only happens every few seconds. It's really weird. Probably needs a light. I don't have one on me.
No sea is dark enough to hide the color of my blood. No wind strong enough to scatter my dreams.
What if we become Cthulhu by the end of this game?
When the last of them rises up, you will choose.
I choose gyromancy.
Bear witness to it, because you will have released me. But the earth will resound to your cries, or theirs.
It's really random and out of nowhere, but I really like all the voice acting in this game. A lot of really good VA.
You there. Wake up. Come on, stand up.
Marie?
We don't have much time.
Do I know you? Why am I wearing a sweater?
Can you stand up?
Who are you?
A friend of Ethan Bradley. It was he who told me that you had been interned here.
Who?
Wait. Bradley is really alive? I don't understand. You filled me so full of drugs I can't distinguish dream from reality.
Please believe that I have nothing to do with these disgraceful treatments. Look, I don't have time to explain everything. I'm not really supposed to be here. And the same goes for you, according to Ethan. You must leave as soon as possible, and as unobtrusively as possible. I've brought you your clothes. Let me go ahead. We'll meet upstairs.
You're not going to help me change? Oh, wait.
Why should I trust you? I don't even know your name.
I do.
All I have is a woman dressed as a doctor, which is not particularly reassuring.
I am Dr. Marie Colden. I work in this institute. But that does not mean I approve of everything Dr. Fuller does. He hides a lot of things from me, especially on this floor. We must not stay here. There are 2 men standing guard near the stairs. It's the only way to the floor above. I shall try to distract them, and get at least one to come with me. All you need to do is to follow me as soon as the way is free.
Understood.
Alright, so I knock out the other guard, is what you're saying? Sounds like something's funny. He's probably watching Good Burger too.
What does this mean? Am I in an asylum?
Oh, I thought that was a banana. I was like, why is there a giant banana here?
Sarah.
Sarah.
In his eyes, this symbol must have some protective virtues.
Oh, Muglix, how's it going?
This is no medicine. Sarah Hawkins is on this list of authorized visitors. What did he write about the painting?
People forget. Yeah, and he's watching Good Burger too.
Poor wretch.
Where's the laughing guy? Oh, jeez. He built like a fort, mattress fort.
If I don't get out of here, I'll end up like him.
Which way am I going? That person got a chair in their room. Pretty sure Claude's out doing something else.
Dr. Colden, I would like to say that I'm
I'm surprised to see you, but we all know that your curiosity will be your ruin.
I don't understand. These people need care. You keep them in this terrible place as if...
Go back upstairs where your patients are waiting for you to treat them. As for you, gentlemen, do not disappoint me anymore. No one enters or leaves.
Yes, Doctor.
Unless...
Damn it. I'll have to find a way of getting rid of those two myself.
Knock them out. What the? Are we claustrophobic? Is this what it's like to be claustrophobic? I don't experience claustrophobia, so it's kind of surreal. Any claustrophobes in chat? Can you explain this to me? Kind of neat how they do that. Yeah, I also like confined spaces.
The machine is working again, but the control wheels haven't been put back on.
I was just going to the storage room. I can bring them to you.
No, Dr. Fuller doesn't want us touching the pressure valves.
Good God. What could this machine be used for?
Nothing. Francis. It wasn't pointless, it was creating a sense of claustrophobia.
It's an ammeter. I didn't expect to see one on this little rock.
Oh. Don't be naked.
Is there a connection between this corpse and the machine?
The
The corpse is complete. Whose are these limbs?
What are they doing? Alright, this place just keeps going. I keep thinking we're at like the back of a room.
This is madness. Are they seriously thinking of transmitting the properties of this meat by electric current? Worse and worse.
Relax. They added old mobs to the forest.
What's the connection between this meat and the electrical installation? Have I activated anything? This machine seems to consume a great deal of electricity. What will happen if I increase the current to the limit?
Ew, take it to the limit.
I can still increase the load.
I got any of them books in here? Looking for skill upgrades.
Zoology, esotericism, mineralogy, and a full shelf on cephalopods. Sarah Hawkins. She was a patient here.
Really?
Dementia? Self-inflicted wounds?
Irene? Come on, Irene. Doom, big doom. So weird.
Burns me. I will not eat it anymore.
It's done. Now for the others.
What? You okay over there? Ah, jeez. Right, can I help you?
One, two, three, four, five, six.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
What is welling up inside me? I feel it. I'll go take a look. Crash! Leave him behind.
If I walk, I do not stop. If I do not stop, he does not catch me.
You. Yeah, you there. Come here. I don't know what you're doing there, but you don't seem to be friends with the nurses.
No.
He does not call.
Not now.
What?
He calls me. If I walk, I do not stop. If I catch him. If I catch him, I sleep.
You there.
Yeah, you there. Come here.
This way.
This way.
Who's there?
Nobody's
This
here.
way.
Oh god.
Hey.
Oh no. Strategy didn't work. Oh, put me back here, thankfully. Ah.
One, two, three, four, five.
What is welling up inside me? I think we got a walker.
When you say Walker,
Yeah, you there. Come here.
you mean Walker, Texas Ranger?
If I do not stop, he does not
Crash!
catch me.
Leave him behind them only
You mean ever play Knowing This Forever?
I think we got a walker.
Oh, well, I think that was the name of the bad guys in Knowing This Forever.
Scopolamine F. There's no such thing. They've created derivatives of all common medicines.
Ah, yes. I also love to make up medicine names.
Oh, this way. Hey. I saw something over there.
You didn't.
Is there anybody around here?
Oh, there's nobody around here. Hidden item, though.
The door is blocked on the other side.
I don't have my lighter anymore. don't know where the other thing is for. But I assume it's the diversion. Can I just walk out the front door? Are you the front door?
It's locked.
This is exit. Can I just go out the front? Oh, right, the guards. Ah. Wait, is this where I started? This is where I started. Ah. Yeah, me too, man.
I can still increase the load.
I already increased the load. I think this is like the only one I haven't really
It's
done.
Locked.
I remember seeing that coming out the other side somewhere.
The green gas leaves from here and it runs through the whole building.
Oh god dang it, where's Cat? Oh hey, I did
Perfect. Theoretically, I've only got one lever to push.
Right. This whole claustrophobia thing is like, it's kind of silly, but also like, it's so cool that they actually did that. So I don't know what it's like to experience claustrophobia. Really interesting. We're playing Die Hard. No. I'm not stepping on
Control
any...
wheel is missing.
I'm not stepping on any glass. Yet.
This lever must turn on the gas machine. This valve controls the pressure.
Turn that thing up. Red machine, blah blah blah. Turn this one up too. Multiple diversions. When will we choose?
The control wheel is missing.
Not the one that needs the control wheel, because I'm never going to find that.
It's locked. Storage room over here. I don't like care for her. I feel like I've halfway solved two puzzles, like two completely unrelated puzzles. Both have the same outcome. This padlock is too complicated for me. I can still increase the load.
And that's the red one then. Where's the red one go? This is the one where I died. Wait, or whatever. Not. Oh.
You. Yeah, you there. Come here. I don't know what you're doing.
What do you want?
Sleep. That's all.
Sleep? You don't want to leave?
No. Have you seen the storm that's brewing? I'm fine here. Except for one problem.
You want sleeping pills, right?
Yeah. And in exchange, I can make noise. Lots of noise.
Ah,
You'll
yeah.
draw the guards to your cell to allow me to escape.
So, you in? Find something to
I've
make me
now
sleep,
unlocked
and I'll
third
take care of the
distraction.
If I find something, who knows what I'll do.
Don't play the wise guy because you're on the outside and I'm not.
So many options.
I'll go take a look.
What carnage?
What? Carnage. For PC. Ew. Reminds me a lot of Tormented Souls.
All the levers are activated.
What? There's a guy standing like right outside here.
I'll go take a look.
Alright, somehow he didn't notice me. What do you hear? Nothing happening. Easy.
Come on, show yourself.
That should draw the attention of the guards. I should hide.
This way.
I'm hiding alright. Hiding over here, towards the exit. Is this it? Not the exit.
With these chains on your wrist, you can't escape.
What? Where's the exit? Alright, freedom!
Damn.
Alright, not freedom! Ah, you look like you're doing alright. How you feeling there, bro?
Doctor, is that you?
Yes.
Don't you worry about the doctor. Right now, he'll have plenty to keep him busy with his precious machine. It gives us time to get away. I'll undo you.
Get away? Get away where? I can't go anywhere. It'll find me like it found me here. You're mistaken about the beast. Don't stay with me, or you'll end up the same way.
Talking about. Deadpool.
What is the exact nature of the beast you're running away from?
You've got instinct, a sensitivity for the invisible. It puts you in danger. The creature that is pursuing me is not from our world.
After what I've seen so far on this island, I'm ready to believe you.
Nice.
Don't do that! Do not believe. Or you'll end up like us all.
What happened to you, Sanders?
The real culprit is Sarah. Her and her accursed paintings.
You're kidding me. You're talking about Sarah Hawkins.
The one and only. The legendary. There is no artist more enlightened or cursed than Sarah Hawkins.
Oh.
I saw the traces of a revocation ritual in Sarah Hawkins' office. Is it connected to this curse?
She tried to correct her mistake, yes. She tried everything. She told me. But she failed. And that's what counts.
What's going on this island?
I'm so sorry. We should never have met.
What are you talking about?
Destiny! It has trapped you. No, don't let it see you, or you won't be able to escape it. Don't look at it. That's how it finds you.
What finds me?
Destiny?
Sarah Hawkins' visitor. The Shambler.
Sanders, pull yourself together.
Without her, it's no longer possible to save me.
I got an achievement. It was just said, meet Francis.
No!
Sanders!
Ah, yes.
What the hell?
Oh, dang. I saw this in Life is Strange.
I got it.
I need some of them sleeping pills.
This is insane. What killed him?
It was that kid, Daniel. Oh, the gas. Oh, God.
The gas.
Dang.
My head.
Later. We need to move on.
What? What if we turned off the gas? This is so confusing. I feel like there's multiple paths and options for things. But it just keeps like taking me to my next destination despite what path I take, even if it's like conflicting.
Who goes there? That nightmare again. I need a drink.
Who knows what he could do if what you say is true?
That is precisely why I'll find evidence.
Fine.
Can't really hear him.
I'm just trying to reason with you.
The subtitles give them away. Points here. 6 points. I'm the smoothest talker on the planet.
No. I want to know what Bradley and Dr. Colden have to say about all this.
You're awake, Mr. Pierce. How do you feel?
Did I sleep long?
The day is only starting. It's fine.
That hair? Sure is. That's what happens, yes. Maybe.
How's our fugitive? Dr. Fuller hasn't reported your disappearance to the force, but that'll come soon.
Bradley?
Who else would it be?
Mr. Pierce, are you all right? You look like you saw a ghost.
There are things I can't explain.
Tell us. What happened?
Astronomical Compendium of Cosmic Vocab. Inevitable Dread. Keep soaring.
I saw people in hoods. They had stolen Mrs. Hawkins' paintings.
Who are you talking about? Why would they do such a thing?
I don't know, but
I have
they
to
were
convince them I'm
threat.
crazy.
They've taken over the caves under the mansion. They were performing some kind of ritual. One of the entryways was under Charles Hawkins' office.
We suspect Mr. Hawkins of being involved.
My patients believe the old islanders used to worship primitive sea gods. Could they be the focus of the cult?
Am
Not a
I
cult.
hearing this right?
Someone did deface Brendan's statue.
Delinquents. Hoodlums. You got nothing more solid than that?
My psychology.
I found a file bearing Sarah Hawkins' name in the Institute's basement.
It makes sense. A powerful family like the Hawkins had the means to hide such a disgrace.
But everyone knows the Fullers have been taking care of the Hawkins for at least a generation. And all were aware of Mrs. Hawkins' fragility.
Perhaps, but no one would allow a psychiatric internment.
From what I read in the file, Fuller used her as a subject of his experiments.
Francis Sanders and Sarah Hawkins, subjects of Dr. Fuller. Why those two?
Given the energy he pours into Riverside, I presume it was Fuller's creation.
His father's, to be correct. He was a surgeon on board the Scylla. He
On
founded
board
the
the
hospital
Scylla,
in
you say?
1904 with funds from the Hawkins family before he died and his son Thomas Fuller took over.
Two families inextricably linked.
Most island families are that way. Captain Fitzroy's father was also a seaman aboard the Scylla.
Powerful families dominating everything.
Yes, and as you could tell, Dr. Fuller is like some crazed emperor.
He wouldn't be happy if he knew we were snooping around.
I know the risks. I don't fear him. Do you wish to know anything else?
Dead bodies.
Dr. Fuller seems to be leaving a trail of corpses. Not to mention those strange machines, and chains, and tools of all kind.
Yes. I've been telling you that Fuller uses his patients as guinea pigs.
What I saw was more akin to torture than medicine.
Do you even hear what you're saying? Dr. Fuller is highly respected.
It's the truth, Ethan. And I'll prove it to you.
Ooh,
I'm listening, Mr. Pierce.
I don't feel like I have anything.
What I'm sure of now is that the Hawkins case isn't just an accident.
And what brings you to that conclusion?
The fact that Charles Hawkins survived the fire.
I don't understand. Mr. Hawkins was buried.
That's what he would have you believe.
I have a hard time believing you.
You were there, Bradley. You even opened fire on him.
I'd remember that.
Why would he fake his own death? Do you think he covered up his wife's murder?
That's possible.
Seems hard to swallow. Don't you have anything more concrete, Pierce?
Nope. What?
Bradley, what do you remember?
I don't understand your question.
The night we went into the Hawkins mansion. You don't seem to remember the tunnels and what occurred there.
No memory of going down any tunnel. No, we were in the manor, then,
Then what?
The rest is quite blurry. I don't recall how I came back home.
And then?
I went to visit you at the hospital and called on Marie's help to get you released.
And you don't remember the events of the tunnel?
I don't. Let's talk about something else.
I met a Francis Sanders. Do you know him?
Of course, he's a patient. Or was. I haven't seen him since Dr. Fuller had him transferred to the basement.
He knew Sarah Hawkins, and that's what killed him.
What? How did he die?
I'm not sure I can explain it.
Tell me how Mr. Sanders died.
Oh, he like flew up in the air.
I didn't see what, but something was there with us.
Of what do you speak?
Sanders said it was Sarah Hawkins' visitor. He spoke of it like a living being.
Sarah Hawkins? Have I missed something here? This makes no sense. I don't see how it can help crack the Hawkins case.
You really think she's involved? How could she have murdered Mr. Sanders?
Francis Sanders mentioned Mrs. Hawkins just before dying. It's no coincidence.
You know, Francis Sanders was a well-known art collector. I guess you can still pay a visit to his wife, Irene Sanders.
Irene?
An art collector, you say? That's probably how they met.
If you plan on having dinner at the Sanders household, please spare the widow the tale of her late husband's suffering.
I don't agree. She deserves the truth.
But that truth may be biased. We don't know the bottom of it.
He's right. We can't ignore the truth.
But it could drive her mad.
This will affect your destiny.
Ignorance. Very well. I'll go to see Francis's widow. Perhaps I'll find a link between her husband's death and Sarah Hawkins.
Don't end up in the hospital this time.
I'll do my best.
I don't think we could have met or brought Cat with us. But if we could have...
Let us go now and learn the truth about what's happening on this island.
The other night's events are still confused in my head.
Aim. I wonder... where this is going, mostly. I feel like a...
What can I do for you, sir?
Story
Mrs.
hasn't really
Sanders?
developed.
I'm a private detective. We must talk about your husband and his ties to Sarah Hawkins. Can I come in?
You may. However, before we go any further, please know that my husband died yesterday.
That is precisely...
Oh, was that Cat?
Well, well. Look who's here.
Yes. I like this chapter better already.
You know each other?
We met briefly. Time enough to iron out a few matters. The main thing is that we understood one another. The brave detective has a talent for sticking his nose into my business.
I bump into her every time I'm investigating someone's death.
It's a small island, Detective. My island. It's better that it's you bumping into me.
You're investigating Francis' death. Why? Who hired you?
I spoke to Francis before he died. His story suggests a link to a case I'm working on.
Well, since this business has got nothing to do with me, I'll be in your husband's office, Irene. We'll carry on later.
Very well, Miss Baker. This way, Mr. Pierce. And do make yourself comfortable. It would seem that you have much to tell me. May I inquire as to when you had the opportunity to talk to my husband?
Well, he was tied up in a chair.
I met him at the hospital. He spoke to me about Sarah Hawkins.
Oh, of course he spoke to you about her. That's all he talked about. Sarah Hawkins and her paintings. Please forgive my tone. The fact is that I have not been allowed to see him since he was interned. You, on the other hand, a perfect stranger, were able to see him and even talk with him the day he died.
Oh, I actually watched him die.
Were you present when he had this attack? What happened?
Well... Don't hear the truth.
He started raving, screaming that a dimensional shambler had found him.
Oh, mercy, that story again. Why have him interned?
That was when he began to convulse and twist with pain. Or terror, it's hard to tell.
I beg your pardon?
I'm not really sure of what I saw, or what I didn't see. But it's best that you weren't there.
I should have been there. What you're telling me is outrageous. I need to understand. How could this happen? In a reputed institute? And right before your eyes? Did you not do anything to help him?
Eloquence.
Mrs. Sanders, I understand your grief, and I extend my deepest condolences to you.
Maxed out my
But
elegance.
I had nothing to do with the death of your husband. I've just arrived on Darkwater. I'm investigating the death of the Hawkins family.
The death of the Hawkins family? You mean it was not an accident? This accursed island knows only tragedy after tragedy. You too would be advised to flee it like the plague. Oh, I'm tired, Mr. Pierce. I would be grateful if you could tell me what you expect of me, and then leave.
I see. What is Cat doing here?
May I ask you what Miss Baker is doing here? How do you know her?
My business with Miss Baker is private, Mr. Pierce.
But you do know what kind of business Miss Baker is in, don't you?
I am no fool. Please believe that much, at least.
I deduce that your husband already mentioned this dimensional shambler.
Well, you can imagine that's all he talked about. It's exhibited at the center of the gallery. No better place for the painting that endowed him with the privilege of such a shameful and miserable end to his life.
Hold on. The shambler is a painting by Sarah Hawkins.
Who else to paint such horrors? Take a look for yourself.
Ew, I'm excited.
If you feel so inclined.
It is my only lead at this stage. I suppose I have nothing to lose.
Then you have paid no heed. For my part, I refuse to set foot in that gallery again. But if you're so eager to see it, I would urge you to make the most of your visit. Because I count on ridding myself of that thing as soon as I can.
Thank you, Mrs. Sanders. I won't be long.
Oh, well, well. UCP, what are we putting points into? Psychology. Hmm. Keep finding books on medicine, but nothing on occultism. Nice.
Is this dagger part of Sanders' collection, or was he seeking to acquire it?
I think I knew the answer to that puzzle. You were absolutely wrong. I just hit symbols at random, or things at random.
Did she really care for him after all?
Wow.
Let's see what this cylinder has to say once it's inserted in a phonograph.
The item. Y'all got any of them phonographs? No. Look at this phonograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. Oh, hey, cat.
A strange Amerindian pendant. Strange. For months, Sarah Hawkins refused to part with her painting, to finally give it away for nothing.
That was the final painting I think she gave away.
An old diary.
That's twice you've stepped on my toes, Detective. Try not to make a habit of it.
I just wait until we start dancing.
Some can be more fatal than others. What have you come looking for in this gallery?
You. Eloquence. I did put a lot of points into eloquence.
Another painting by Sarah Hawkins. One connected to the horrors I've discovered on this island.
What a surprise. I'm listening.
There's more than that, Miss Baker.
So people have been talking behind my back. I was almost beginning to like you, Mr. Pierce. But it stays cat for you.
You knew the Sanders?
Irene is a friend of mine.
I found this drawing of a dagger. Did you come across anything like it in your reading?
Perhaps. I saw several daggers in the ledgers. I could always check. What I didn't find, however, was the slightest reason why I should help you, Detective.
I don't need your services.
Oh,
I can manage all on my own, thanks.
Do it then.
Wait, now come back.
Not now, sweetheart. I'd like to read this without some snoop looking over my shoulder. Go take a hike, Detective. Go take a hike, Detective.
Remember that time you almost stabbed me?
I could use one of those.
Ew. Shambler. Read the book. Yes. Why did this come up? Yes. This will affect your destiny. Oh, I got an achievement for reading the book. Did that do for me? Oop. Our occultism's going up. Medicine. And what can you tell me about the Shambler?
Go take a hike, detective.
Oh, I see. Got Miss Cat. Probably true. I'll believe it. Yeah, she's the best. That time she tried to stab me. I can't find... Watch me punch this. Oh. Nice gallery. Extract the poison from your body. And there sure are a lot of neat statues and stuff.
These artifacts date from pre-Columbian times.
Lots of daggers. Oh yes, is that the Shambler?
The man transformed an entire wing of his manor into an art gallery.
There's lots of hiding spots. Where are we hiding from? I don't want to hide from anyone.
Why was he so interested in old weapons?
All these have like never mind. Let's say a mask, dagger, and like a jukebox. Except for this one. Hmm. Dagger. What was this dagger? This dagger. Dagger?
Why was he so interested in old weapons?
Dagger.
Why was he so interested in old weapons?
Hey, Cat, what you got going?
Go take a hike, Detective.
Got it. Going on a hike. Jump in the painting. Jump in the painting. Turn your back to the enemy. At the shambler. I don't think it can see, unless it sees with its heart. That's how I see.
What the hell was that?
Don't worry, I know exactly where the dagger is.
Damn. This dagger looks different.
Can only defend. I got the dagger. Oh god, it got my soul.
What the hell was that?
What do I do with the dagger? Oh. My original plan of just run straight over there worked way better. Alright, check this out.
What the hell was that?
Third time's a charm. Oh, third time's not the charm. I got the dagger. I got a dagger. I got the dagger. I got the dagger. Oh god.
Looks.
I'm blocking. Blocking does nothing. Alright, new strategy.
What the hell was that?
Dude.
This dagger looks different.
I don't know what I do with this dagger. But I'm going to the painting. Stab the painting. This has got to be the solution. Yeah, cut it in half. Mario jumps in a painting and somebody cuts it in half. What happens to Mario? Stab him. Your hand. Do it.
What's the matter with you?
I got 2 achievements for that.
You sure you won't be needing that hand? You're losing it, Detective. At this rate, you're right. The bottle will get you before I do.
Oh, wait.
You didn't see anything.
I saw you within an inch of putting a dagger through your forearm. Did I miss something more interesting?
Eloquence.
Sanders was right. This painting is cursed.
What are you talking about?
I was attacked by a creature. I pushed it back, I think.
I think so too.
She believes us.
My arm was disappearing into this painting. You must have seen that.
No, I think that's
I saw
my
you
choice.
put your trembling hands on a collector's artifact. Where do you think you're going with that dagger?
It saved my life. It's an extraordinary dagger.
You should talk to Algernon Drake. He's an antique dealer here on Darkwater. He'll tell you all about it. From what I saw in the ledgers, it was him who sold it to Sanders.
Oh.
It's not your style to give me free information like that.
Take it as payment for being my canary. A simple trade-off. Now go see your antique seller. I've still got things to settle with Irene.
Call me her canary. It wasn't me. I didn't break the box. There's more than she's letting on. She's actually Laura Croft from Tomb Raider. Enter the Magnus. Oh no. Somebody's been throwing a lot of balloons.
Where's the bookseller?
Where's the bookseller indeed? Alright. Well, it's been like 35 hours. So I'm gonna go to the restroom. I was looking for a screen with sound effects. This one has some. Alright, I'll be right back. Oh, hello. I have returned from the other room with coffee that I found. It was there mysteriously. Vanity. What? You mean, did we escape the bathroom?
An old diary.
Sounds like a cult. How many games have I played in the last week that had a cult in them? Somebody stole my coffee. It was just sitting openly on the table. Oh. And the Cthulhu game that I played originally, many days ago. My cat's calling. You had to like walk down this thing and you turn to the right here and there's a mirror right there. And I was like spooked as heck. And refused to move any further. Free medicine. My cat is crying. It's possible that the cries that I hear are actually just sound effects in the game. Anyways. Oh, we were in an antiques place. Ring, ring, ring. This guy developing an airship. The Falcon. Alright, everybody. Next move. Both pieces. They're losing pretty bad. We could go there. I should play chess again. I don't know if I've ever played chess on stream. No, not at all. I watched, I think it was Amelia Watson. I watched somebody play that. It may not have been her. For like, not even 10 minutes. And I was like, this does not look like fun at all. They've taken chess and they made it too complicated. I think the best description I ever heard of it was like when you got two kids out on the playground trying to like one-up each other with their role play. What is... My cat is crying. Claire, are you okay? You had food and water.
What happened here?
What happened here?
Let's start over. Where did they break in from?
The door.
Blood. Seems like amateur work.
And then?
To whom does this footprint belong? This burglar seems to be rather clumsy.
Sure it's a burglar?
What sort of thief leaves his tools at the crime scene? What killed all these animals?
Who? What? Where? Why?
What happened that made the burglar flee before finishing his work?
We saw these drawn in Francis's cell.
What the... Charles Hawkins? Looks like the symbol rejected Hawkins. What sort of power did Sarah Hawkins' painting possess?
Ow.
Sarah
We should have gone with
Hawkins helped
occultism.
hide something in this safe. Drake put in a great deal of effort to hide whatever is in here. Everything is linked to the Sarah Hawkins case.
This whole island is linked to Sarah Hawkins.
Drake left instructions on how to find the combination of his safe.
Oh, geez. 2 hours. That's way more than 3 minutes.
Is everyone on this island taking sleeping pills? What link did he find between Charles Hawkins and an old amulet?
not 666. Or 616. I have a feeling that if we leave this room, we give up the ability to do this puzzle. Let's think for a minute here. What clues do we have? None. 0 clues. We have they're hidden.
Arkham editions. Never heard of him. How many volumes are there in this collection?
You have the Key of Solomon? He said... Life and study combined in the Greek world.
Another volume by Arkham Editions. Arkham Editions. Never heard of him. How many volumes are there in this collection? Another volume by Arkham Editions. Arkham Editions. Never heard of him. Cylinders that Drake tried to hide. I should perhaps listen to them.
I got any of them phonographs? Never got to hear the one in the last thing. Never found a phonograph.
Things are not looking good.
I said.
And these red drops, like precious stones, lie fixed, set in divine gold. To be the guardian of the Grail does not protect me from its attractions, Henry. And I do confess it. I am willing to pay to know its secrets.
Hmm.
And these red drops, like precious stones, lie fixed, set in divine gold. To be the guardian of the Grail does not protect me from its attractions, Henry. And I finally understood that we were only pieces on the chessboard of the gods. Let those of us who are still standing protect our White Queen from their dark soldiers. I see our number dwindling, and my will strengthens as my apprehension grows. We shall refuse to be the playthings of destiny. Dear friend, I thank you again for the anthology of the works of Arkham editions that you sent me. Volume 9, Azathoth and Other Horrors, seemed particularly relevant to my research. I never tire of browsing through them.
What did Drake say about this collection? Drake talked about a particular volume. So these are the volumes that Drake was talking about in his message. What did Drake say about this collection? Drake talked about a particular volume. So these are the volumes that Drake was talking about. What did Drake say about this collection? Drake talked about a particular volume.
That's what I don't get.
The Chalice of Knowledge.
And these red drops, like precious stones, lie fixed, set in divine gold. To be the guardian of the Grail does not protect me from its attractions, Henry. And I do confess it. I am willing to pay to know its secrets.
The Chalice of Knowledge. So these are the volumes that Drake was talking about in his message.
There's no... like, there's two numbers, but none of them are helpful.
I finally understood that we were only pieces on the chessboard of the gods. Let those of us who are still standing protect our White Queen from their dark soldiers. I see our number dwindling, and my will strengthens as my apprehension grows. We shall refuse to be the playthings of destiny.
Alright, maybe the queen doesn't count. Queen does not count. I've never seen a book like that. Well, it's just like this massive book. There's one or two. Big dictionary or something. Uh-oh. Keep going in. We're back here. We're covered in human skin. Ew. Body. I wonder if we're gonna be the guy, the bookstore owner, or if we'll be Francis. Ew, maybe we're the laughing guy watching Good Burger 2.
Dr. Colden, this man's condition is deteriorating.
What says Dr.
Maybe
Fuller?
I'm
It's his patient,
Dr.
after
Colden.
all.
He's busy with Captain Fitzroy. He specifically asked us not to bother him when that's the case.
Oh, of course. I'll see what I can do. Mr. Blake, can you hear me? I'm Dr. Colden. We'll
Wait,
take care of you.
Mr. Blake?
There's nothing we can do.
What was Cat's last name?
I tried talking to him. He's catatonic.
Very well. I'll examine him.
Oh.
Severe malnutrition. Swollen abdomen with traces of petechia. Doesn't seem like an edema. Slight protuberances seem to indicate the presence of a foreign body.
My lunch alarm's going off.
His skin shows abnormal loss of color and seems dried out. He's totally dehydrated. His fingertips and toes seem
Sure
to
you stay
feature a
hydrated.
slight ring under the skin, tender at the touch, slightly sticky.
What?
30-year-old subject, severe hypothermia, erythematous papules around the eyes and eardrums, necrosed palpebral tissue. Lord, this smell.
So, Doctor, an opinion?
I'm not sure I have the necessary knowledge to treat this man.
Don't say that. You're our most worthy doctor after Dr. Fuller.
Some of his symptoms are beyond my comprehension.
What did you find?
I see signs of hypodermoclysis, but he's still dehydrated. When was his last IV?
He's constantly under perfusion. I've even gone beyond the recommended dose to no avail. And you won't believe me, but when we bathed him earlier...
He seemed to feel better?
Yes. Like he needs an aquarium, not a perfusion. But that doesn't explain his condition.
Did you examine his abdomen? It would seem there's something inside.
He hasn't eaten in days. Are you certain it's not an edema?
No. Can't you recognize an edema? Pushing with your finger won't leave a trace. And look at these bumps.
It's not like he could be pregnant.
Whatever
Or
it is,
could he?
this man has something inside him that shouldn't be there. We should operate on him at once.
Dr. Fuller said not to worry, that the edema would go away by itself.
You know, I'm not sure Dr. Fuller is telling the truth. In spite of the muscle contractions, his arms seem limp.
Yes. They can't have decalcified, not at this rate.
And yet, if there is a bone in this arm, it's softer than that of a newborn baby. What about his cranium?
It's soft at the touch. It does seem like the skull of a baby.
Look at these sticky rings growing at his fingertips. What can be happening?
I'm sure you'll find an explanation. You have to.
I almost don't believe it myself, but these symptoms are not those usually associated with the human species.
What do you mean? Don't tell me you believe in extraterrestrials.
No. This poor man is from our world, all right. But his body is undergoing unnatural mutations.
Same.
And this transformation is killing him. His body simply can't cope.
Where could he have gotten such an infection?
I pray that it's not here.
Dr. Colden, may I know what you're doing to my patient?
This guy was in the picture.
What I'm doing? How about what you've done to him?
Let us calm down, my dear Marie. I don't appreciate your tone, nor your insinuations. I've done to him what I do to all my patients, provide him with the best available care.
Your imagination is without limit. It's your homemade drug again, is it not? Those people are not your guinea pigs.
There, there. What have you seen to put you in such a state?
Everything. You're turning him into a monster.
I've seen suction cups on his fingers, his falling body temperature, his dehydration. Had I only read the report, you know what I would have concluded, Doctor.
Do I? Tell me anyway. I'm curious.
He's no longer human. These are the attributes of an animal.
The squid?
Fascinating. An animal, you say? Could you be more precise? Cephalopod, perhaps?
This amuses you.
Your reaction does. I know your thirst for knowledge, Doctor. It's your innocent worries for this man that have you overreacting.
For this man, and the others whose medical files you've been hiding.
I have to protect my discovery. These people owe me their life, but the world isn't ready yet. It will be, in time.
I will not let you do this.
You disappoint me, Marie, but I still have hope you'll one day share my point of view. In the meantime, take care of your own patients and try not to forget who you're dealing with.
I think he was doing experiments
Was that a
on
threat?
people.
What did he mean?
It was a warning. Dr. Fuller is this institution's founder and one of our profession's most influential voices. My word is of no weight against his. If I continue to protest, I will only ruin my reputation and career.
It's scandalous. Can't we do anything? Is there no evidence of his crimes?
Nobody mentioned crimes.
I disapprove of Fuller's methods, but his treatments have saved more lives than I can count.
And Mr. Blake? You said yourself he was dying.
I don't know what to think for now. What I'm sure of is that Fuller is hiding something from us. And I need to know what that is before I take a chance exposing him.
And where would you find those? In his office? What if you get caught?
I'd rather not think about that. I'm counting on your discretion.
Of course, Doctor. You can count on me. I'll keep mum.
I think he took people that were dying and did some Cthulhu experiments on them.
Chronic insomnia. Like half the island.
Yeah, why does everybody on this island need sleeping pills? Who's Mr. Blake?
This place draws you in and never lets you go.
Ah. was a week ago, October 28th, because I think it's November, maybe.
Everybody says it. She's a witch, an old hag.
Oh.
I didn't make this up. And I'm the one who pays. What a pest. It's so unfair. Everybody says it. She's a witch, an old hag. I didn't make this up. And I'm the one who pays. What a pest.
Elizabeth? You all right? Why is this room in such a state?
Because, as always, I'm cleaning it by myself. And the water was once again shut off this morning. I had to bother Mrs. Donovan again, giving her a new excuse to belittle me.
Aw. Hang in there.
Do you really need Mrs. Donovan to open a valve? Why not ask the janitor?
I can't make these decisions without her approval. Imagine if there were a leak. Anyhow, the boiler room is locked half the time. So every time the water gets shut off, I have to go and endure her reproach until she's settled the problem.
I see. Courage, Elizabeth.
Alright.
Thank you, Doctor.
Worked with a girl named Roxanne that had about as many freckles as she does. She used to get harassed by the other employees because her name was Roxanne. And literally everyone thought they were clever by singing Roxanne. I had to keep telling new people. If somebody did that to you every day, all the time, simply because your name was Roxanne or whatever else,
I didn't make this up.
that'd be terrible.
And I'm the one who pays. What a pest. It's so unfair.
She liked her name, so she wouldn't change it. But, like, literally everyone felt the need to be like, Roxanne, you don't need the red light or what, I don't know, however it goes. I've never once thought that, Jimmy. That makes you feel any better. Well, I now have thought that once, but never have I thought that once before you brought it up.
I have little time for you, Doctor. You'll find out that it's not only the doctors who have things to do. Wait a minute. Where do you think you're going?
I don't know. I'm lost.
Dr. Colden.
Mrs. Donovan.
Yes.
Nobody goes into Dr. Fuller's office. But rest assured, I'll tell him you came by.
That won't be necessary. Thank you.
I will tell him, nonetheless.
What? Right. That off the water. Alright. Hey, you. Hey, you.
The operating room is never accessible after an operation.
Oh, is that guy in there then?
Dr. Colden, we need you at once in Dormitory B.
What is the problem?
Mr. Evans seems to be having trouble with his IV.
I'll
Thought
see
it's
to
a
it right
TV.
away.
And the family of Mrs. Harding is asking to see her medical file.
I'll never understand why it's so hard to see patients' files around here.
Rules are rules. See, with Dr. Fuller, he's in charge. Anyhow, they're still waiting, and I don't think they'll leave until they get what they want.
Understood. Anything else?
As a matter of fact, yes. A man has been brought up from the basement.
Ooh.
Oh. What state is he in now?
You should go see for yourself,
Texas?
Doctor.
This man, Edward Pierce, his file is incomplete. What did Fuller do to him?
What was my character's name? Edward Pierce.
Dr. Colden.
Yes.
Ethan,
Marie,
what are you doing here?
I'm waiting for my medication, of course. Why?
Mm-hmm. You're a bad liar.
You're not here for treatment, right?
Am I so obvious?
Only to me. I know you worry about me.
I trust you. I'm happy to see you.
Me too, Ethan. Is that all?
Are these
Well,
two together?
There might be something else. I'm not sure.
Tell me.
I have nightmares. They keep me awake every night. It seems stupid, I know, but they're terrible.
Actually, you're not the only one.
No. No one has ever seen the things I see. It's like I'm turning mad.
Does he have the scar on his face from where Cat cut him open yet?
So many people have this affliction. It's like an epidemic.
Do you think it might be related to Fuller's work?
I don't know yet, but I will figure all this out. Everyone in Darkwater is suffering from nightmares.
Really?
We don't have any medication left.
Oh. There's no excuse then. I should let you work.
Take care, Ethan.
You too, Marie.
You too? Oh, he does. Marie. I just think of The Longest Journey.
Where did my fiancée go? I hope those nutcases will stop burdening her with work.
Is your fiancé?
I don't get why they have us waiting so long. Almost no patients here.
Yeah, you included.
It's a quiet little town. Days go by, steady as ever. I wanted more for myself, but...
True.
Dr. Colden, here you are at last. This patient was again brought up to the psychiatric wing. We've been following the treatment you prescribed, but the dysgeusia persists and he's lost a great deal of weight. We haven't been able to move him. The stress makes him hyperallergic.
Sir,
I'm also
going to examine
hyperallergic.
you. Do you understand? Inject him with a dose of pentobarbital, intramuscular, so that I can conduct the clinical examination. His binds left bloody wounds. He bit his lips so much, they're still bleeding. White froth, evidently because of such drooling.
So, Doctor, what should we do with this patient?
Throw him out the window.
Those basement brutes tied him up too tight, and now he's hurt.
I keep trying to heal his wounds, but he reopens them.
Do you have a diploma as a nurse?
Excuse me?
So take care of this man.
Wow. 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 I like the ambient music in this. Boiler room.
The key to the boiler room. All I have to do is shut off the water and hope Donovan takes the bait. She recently came back from the surgical block. She's stable. Given her file, a nephrectomy would have been inevitable, but Fuller was able to save her kidney.
Secret drugs.
He broke his back in an accident down by the docks.
Yo, hello, Crystal Star, and welcome.
Ah.
How are you?
The whaling station. What's wrong with me?
What are you talking about?
Doctor, that you?
Yes, it's Dr. Colden. Tell me what happened.
It's the old whaling station. See?
What?
What did you see
What happened there?
Nothing. Nothing at all. The floor was all rotten and I fell straight
Having dinner?
through.
I'm doing great.
And that's how you broke your back?
Perhaps.
Trying to
No idea.
be a doctor at the moment.
Passed out.
Checking in on my patients. Why is there a fire in here? Somebody needed medical records.
Doctor, please. My chest. Oh.
Medicine.
His perfusion of a semi-physiological solution doesn't seem to work. He's undergoing a ventricular fibrillation. Nurse? Deborah, come and help me, please. His potassium level is too high.
Oh my
Replace it
god,
with
he
2%
ate too many
glucose
bananas.
Solution with insulin, calcium, and sodium bicarbonate.
I'll tend to it right away.
Thank you. He's in your hands.
I remember everything you just said. Anyways, this game is about, so it starts off, you're a detective that's trying to solve this murder. Well, not really murder. How do I word this? Somebody died, and they don't believe it was an accident. So you got hired to find out what really happened. And you're sent to this island. The island of Blackwater? Is that what it's called? Darkwater, there we go. The island of Darkwater. And we're unraveling this mystery. Where there's this cult underground. Currently we're playing as a nurse and the local, the hospital at the island.
Intoxication from breathing organic vapors.
Anyways, we're in the hospital. We're trying to sneak in. We're a doctor, but there's the other doctor, Dr. Fuller. Apparently is doing something weird, and we're now trying to investigate what Dr. Fuller's really up to. Basically.
In theory, this is where we hang the key to the boiler room. Dr. Fuller always keeps his key with him.
Oh, hello.
Sorry, but nobody can take anything until I finish the inventory.
I see.
Please, the fewer interruptions there are, the faster I'll be finished.
I see. Yeah, it's been pretty interesting from like an investigative sort of view, but it suffers from the same problem that I brought this up earlier. Every single H.P. Lovecraft related like themed game ever made has the same problem, where like the first like half to 3/4 of the game is just really generic and kind of okay and like whatever. And then the last, like, fourth of the game is when everything just goes insane. So, like, there's nothing, like, it hasn't been bad. It's been pretty, like, it's been interesting so far, but it feels like it still hasn't reached that point where, like, it's really kicked into gear. Oh, dang. That patient's not gonna make it, according to the bot. We've dealt with a few, like, paranormal things in this, like some Cthulhu-related things. I don't know where the boiler room is. We've dealt with a few things so far, but it still hasn't...
my leg. I'm not joking. I saw the schedule. She's alone in the bathroom again.
And she still says nothing to that old witch, Donovan?
Oh, listen to the way you talk, you naughty girl. And the answer is no. You can imagine that she doesn't dare say a thing. That silly goose lets herself be trodden on.
Oh well, at least we won't have to clean for a while.
And just wait and see the next time the water's cut off. It's a real show.
I think we're supposed to cut the water off.
The doses prescribed by Fuller are far too high.
Fuller's up to something.
We're running out of this medicine.
I know, Doctor. We sent the purchase order, though, and Mrs. Donovan refused it.
Once again.
Can't you do anything?
Donovan takes her instructions directly from Dr. Fuller. I'm afraid I can do nothing about it for the moment.
Oh yeah, everybody on the island suffers from insomnia.
We've been waiting to be restocked for weeks.
Everybody's given sleeping medicine. Like, literally everybody on the island's taking this, like, sleeping medication. I'm not sure it's actually sleeping medication. I think Dr. Fuller's trying to turn everyone into Cthulhu. Cthulhu.
Watch out for the water, Doctor.
Whoa, whoa. Oh, God. Just kidding. Oh, actually, one neat thing about this game is, so it has, well, I can't check it here because we're playing as the Doctor. It has a skill-based system. You can give your character different talents and abilities. Anything from, like, psychology to strength or whatever to solve different puzzles. It kind of adds a little bit of a twist to whatever you're doing. And many of the puzzles seem to have multiple solutions to them, which is pretty neat. So it's got a lot of, like, replayability in that sense. Oh, I see, Redstone. My whole family is full of, like, doctors and stuff, and I never get the jokes.
Patients and hospital personnel eat the same food.
Ew, what do you think they're eating? Is that like ketchup? Mustard? Chili?
Gentlemen, may I help you?
We're waiting on news regarding our mother, Maureen Harding.
Ah.
She came in with a kidney problem, but we haven't heard anything since.
Kidney? Oh, I saw her.
I've tended to her, and I have good news. Her blood analysis is reassuring. Her kidneys are as new.
Are you talking about the same person? This is miraculous.
She's still recovering, but you may speak to her upon her awakening.
Oh, thank you so much, Doctor. We'll wait for her to wake up. We've been here since this morning, so it won't make a difference.
Dude, I got an achievement. Heal all the patients. I've healed everyone. I am a miracle worker. I still haven't found the boiler room, though. I've been searching for the boiler room for like 20 minutes now. Yo, thank you. Maybe if I read some of the signs. Boiler room.
I'm the one who pays. What a pest.
Oh wait, is this?
Everybody says it. She's a witch, an old hag.
Hey, do you know where the boiler room is?
And I'm the one who pays.
The answers must be hidden in Fuller's office.
It's so unfair.
Ma? I don't know what a boiler room looks like from the outside. There's gotta be on the ceiling. Boiler room? Oh. Found it. Oof. It is not looking good in here. Maybe if I knew how to read.
I can't shut this with my bare hands. I need a tool.
Oh, there's like 8 tools right here. Is this giant pizza cutter? Is this... wait. Is that a wheel or a pizza cutter? You can reach way over on the other side of the pizza. Where's the janitor? Ah, yes, the monkey wrench. Oh no!
I feel guilty about Elizabeth, but I need the diversion.
Oh no, what happened?
I have little time for you, Doctor. You'll find out that it's not only the doctors who have things to do.
Elizabeth, help.
Dr. Colden, might there be a problem with the water?
I was about to mention it. It seems it's been cut off yet again.
I can't take this, Marie. I feel I'm gonna burst.
It's not your fault if we have defective plumbing.
And yet, I'm the one who gets punished because I'm gonna have to square off with that annoying old witch. Courage, Elizabeth.
Courage.
Here we go. And hold your tongue this time.
Aw, poor Elizabeth. I wish I could have found a different solution. Going. She's gone.
At last. The missing files must be hidden here.
I feel bad for her because, like I said, she looks like Roxanne.
The Stendhal syndrome. Of course. This is where Fuller found his diagnosis for Francis Sanders.
Francis. So Francis was going insane, and the other parts of the game, Francis was an art dealer. He gouged out his eyes with his own hands and smeared the walls of his cell with a bunch of symbols. I watched him die before my eyes. I was hidden files. I would be in...
Something is wrong with these masts. It's some sort of puzzle.
What puzzle?
I've unlocked something.
Easy.
Patient files. I was right.
Leave all the evidence we can that we were here.
I should go another way.
I got any more of them hidden files? Oh.
Conclusions. Session number 17. Patient? Sarah Hawkins.
This is who we're investigating the death of.
The patient appears to have finally accepted the illusory nature of what she calls the mythos. It goes without saying that these peculiar delusions are the price that comes with her exceptional gifts.
This finger belonged to a woman. Why keep it here?
Why is there a finger here?
Why is Ethan on medication? Why does Dr. Fuller write psychological reports about Sarah Hawkins?
At first, I presumed that her blood was the key. But I found nothing to explain Mrs. Hawkins' abilities.
The poor souls downstairs are not Fuller's only subjects.
Then James came, irate that Charles was keeping secrets from him. I presume that he will try to break into the basement sooner or later. I am prepared.
How come mad scientists are always bald?
Hawkins, Fitzroy, and Fuller. What is the connection between these three?
It is fortunate that I had the presence of mind to set the morgue in the basement. When all the fuss about the Hawkins incident finally comes to an end, I will dispose of her belongings. In the meantime, they must remain hidden in plain sight.
Plain sight. The shoe.
Sarah Hawkins is the connection.
I have the other shoe.
I must go back to the basement.
Look at that. Donovan's not still here. Basement? Got any of them basements? There was... Oh, wait, is this it? This is it. This is not it. There was a grating over something. Who are you? Who are you? There was a door that had a grate. A grate? This is what I'm looking for. Bars. Iron bars. This is not my strong point. Why do they always make hospitals look so grimy? Hospitals are supposed to be like really clean. Somebody needs to clean up down here. Nope. Oh, god dang it.
Ah, now that's the Marie that I know. I knew I could count on your scientific curiosity. It's time to show you what you were so eager to discover.
Ah, god. Oh no. So I wonder if that was the past or the present.
If you're gonna shoot me, at least have the decency to look me in the eyes.
Turn around.
Oh, hey, it's this guy.
Slowly. Talk, filthy thief. Oh, I swear I'll shoot.
Aha. Dang. I do have master eloquence.
I have seen your place. Books, knowledge. These are your weapons.
He doesn't even have bullets in his gun.
Men like you?
I understand. You have to protect yourself.
It's true.
The book. Why was it in the safe?
Have you read it?
Answer the question.
How foolish of you. Now you won't be able to escape his will. What did it show you?
What? I'm not a master cultist yet. I wonder how you get to be that. You know what I bet? So I didn't. There's 2 points I didn't use at the very beginning of the game. I bet that's what I'm short, is 2 points.
She went into Fuller's office. She was looking for Sarah Hawkins' corpse.
Sarah Hawkins, you say? Let's go back to the start, shall we? Whose life did the Necronomicon choose to show you?
Yeah, the Necronomicon?
Dr. Colden. She was at the Riverside Institute. She's in danger. I have to go.
Wait. No one knows the occult better than me. You might need my help.
Do we bring this guy with us? Yes. He's gonna probably die if we do.
All right. All right.
This will affect your destiny.
Perfect. Let's meet later at the Hawkins mansion. Now go! Rescue the doctor!
Thank you, Drake.
Nathan Drake? Alright, now we're back. Fall. Okay, hold on. I got a achievement. There was a fall for Fuller's Trap. Thank you, achievements. I guess that was present day.
I pray that Colden is really here and alive.
Nice. Volume 1.
An old diary.
I found 3 other ones. Is this Fuller's office? Oh, it is. $18.49. Man, this guy's old.
What the? Fuller, too. The Scylla is here. Like in the vision. Colden came this way.
Yeah, but that's closed.
Right. Enough time wasted. Colden needs me. I must find her.
Boiler room.
Best thing. You know how he hates to be interrupted when he's operating.
Hello? Oh,
No!
God.
No! My God. What is happening to me?
Eh? What was that thing called? Oh, heck. Wait, hold on. Alright. It won't let me access my thing for these. I have them memorized, no big deal. Medicine.
What was that? It's as if I'd been transported somewhere else.
What was that game I played? Ethan Carter, I think it was. One of the houses, you had to figure out, like, you had to look at, like, where this was, and then you had to go through that way to get there. Was that this way? No. Won't let me go through this. Because I think this is that hallway.
What happened? Something has changed, but what?
Oh, I don't get it. Like Fran Bow. Can I get more lamp? Reminds me of doing stuff in Fran Bow, especially since we're in a hospital. I opened this door, I thought.
Destiny, it has trapped you.
Francis? I think we have like limited light, and when we run out, something bad's gonna happen. Ma? puzzles in this, like for a walking sim, puzzles in this are very interesting, to say the least. I think if I hadn't played Ethan Carter, I would find this one a little bit more interesting than it is. This is the door that's messed up in the other world. Bacon. Good luck with that one. Saw it over here. I think that was just like a scripted thing.
You are confronting powers that surpass you.
I have to keep, so like to bring the line up and down you have to middle click, which has been pretty great. One day I'll replace my mouse. On my list, I have a list of things I need to replace. Next on my list is my PS3 hard drive. After that is the chair I'm sitting in right now. Now my PS3. That's how it always goes, Miglix. PS3, so I can speedrun Haunting Ground again. Hi, isn't this where we started? This is the only time this game has made me like put any real effort into whatever I was doing. Not baddest chair can. So I've had this chair. Okay, hold on. I have had this chair for the past probably 15 years. And before that, my mom had it for like 15 years. So this is an office chair from like 30 years ago that is wrapped in duct tape. The entire thing is just wrapped in duct tape. Imagine an office chair, not, well, like a nice, imagine like a nice $100, $200, like 30 years ago, like $100 office chair, like slidey roller office chair from 30 years ago. It's a family heirloom. It's basically just wrapped in duct tape because like the squishy parts, the like, I don't know what to call this, the foam is blasting out everywhere. The solution is to buy more rolls of duct tape. No, I want like an actual chair. It's not a very comfortable chair because there's no foam. It's just duct tape. So like I'm sitting on like wood. I've been sitting on wood for like the past 5 years. This chair has been all over the world, I should note, too. This chair has been everywhere. Not only is it like a family heirloom, it's a traveling companion that needs to be replaced really bad. I'm trying to think of any other piece of furniture I have that has seen as much travel as this one has. Outdoor mesh and metal chair. That's basically what this is at this point. It's just wood wrapped in duct tape. It's not even really the original chair at this point. That's after whatever I just said. Oh, PS3 hard drive. I'm gonna get an actual chair. Use a couch. In all honesty, I don't think any piece of furniture I own has traveled with me as much as this chair. I'm thinking back here. There's a table I have. It might have seen. I have a folding table that I got probably also about 15 years ago. It's probably actually, it might be about the same. I can't use the word age because this chair came before me, but the folding table I bought, I think around the same time I got this chair. I'll find a chair and get the same one. See whose lasts the longest. I'm down. Let's do it. I think most of the furniture besides these two things, I think it's all new within the past 2 years since I moved here like 3 years ago whenever I was going to school. I think everything else I own is like newish. New-ish. It's also like really cheap. Furniture. Made of plastic. Actually, I think I can go this way. Oh, jeez. okay. You okay? I'm okay. I didn't pee myself. That was you. Oh, dang it. I was outside. I don't know if we're gonna make it back before my light runs out. What was that, the red versus blue thing? Who spit in my helmet? Chair and reclines. Yeah, I don't even like this chair. It's not that I've held on to it because I like it. It's been a really low priority in terms of replacing. Maybe I'm gonna be honest, this like puzzle, quote unquote puzzle, has dragged on for so long that I no longer want to do it. I just want to exit this game and play Hollow Cure instead. I on the seated part of my chair, I put a pillowcase over it. Like I just laid a pillowcase on top of it. Cause it's just mostly duct tape and like wood. Keep in mind, I got this chair because my mom was throwing it out 15 years ago. I said, oh, don't throw away that chair. It's still good.
It looks like things are back to normal.
Oh, good. Down with that puzzle. My pants are fine. Shaking my head. Shaking my hamburger everywhere. Dude, they still haven't cleaned this up. Alright, she was in that room. I wanted to go this way earlier. It was probably locked. Which I want to bet Dr. Colden is a fish now. Hello? Ah, what a good answer.
What's going on? It never ends. That's me.
That's me. Whoa.
Oh God!
I'm me.
I gotta get out.
Claustrophobic too.
I got.
Ah.
Pierce, I found her. I finally know what's going on.
Oh yeah?
I must live and find the truth. It is already too late for me.
Colden? What's going on?
It's like the evil within. Oh no, it's not. Dang, I know that technology existed. Like Euclidean spaces, and we're so close. Oh, what are you doing to her brain?
Please take a seat and be quiet, Mr. Pierce. I'll be with you in a moment.
Stop whatever the hell you're doing and turn around now.
I think she's dead.
No, it can't be.
No! You son of a bitch! What did you do to her?
I wish I could have done more experiments on you, Mr. Pierce.
Oh, now.
I said, what did you do to her?
You shouldn't be sorry for your friend. You should envy her.
Yeah, because she's full of Cthulhu now.
Murderer! This madness must stop!
You can't, if he's dead, then... Question mark?
Colden?
They run away? Wait. She's still right here. Oh my god, I'm freaking out. We should have sat down back in our chair and never taken the case. At the very beginning. Oh my god. Ah, yes, conveniently placed lamp. I should have just drank the booze. Oh man, is that a painting of me? Timmy, are you gonna pass down your chair to, whatever children you might have? As a family heirloom? Whoa. While you were gone, we were talking about my chair as a family heirloom. Hello, ma'am.
What in God's name?
Sarah? It's gotta be Sarah. It is Sarah.
What did they do to you?
What did they do to the sun? There's been very little mention of the sun.
What is this? Is it... what?
Sarah.
Sarah. Sarah
He
Connor.
gave him the gold and I the azure. I don't see him very often anymore. The green is stronger.
Are you feeling ill?
I'm here, but no.
Let's get you out of here.
It comes in my dreams. Our minds melt like colors on a palette.
Come with me.
It's
true.
Is of the oldest green. A violent living, vibrant. A sea green, maybe. No.
Mrs. Hawkins, we must go before someone finds out.
Ma'am, what are
but
you
he
talking
will.
about?
He always knows these things when it's about me.
Eloquence or Cthulhu? Eloquence? Cthulhu. I put a lot of points into eloquence. Where I could talk Cthulhu with her. This is really tough, because I want both. I wonder who him is. I really want this one more, I think. We did put a lot of effort into eloquence. This one, I want this one so much more.
I have seen the same color. It was not as vivid as you said.
This will affect your destiny.
A pale copy. A discarded spawn.
Do you know what it was? Tell me.
I can't. We should not call his name. Terrible consequences.
All right. Come with me.
He will know. He will find us.
One more reason to hurry.
Have I seen you before?
Can you walk?
Maybe.
Then let's go before your husband finds us. It was in your studio.
What?
You painted me. That's where you saw me.
Of course.
Up my cat's wake. Hi, Claire.
The men in white are coming.
You mean the guards?
This way. Follow me.
Got a couch.
What the?
Oh no.
This way.
I got this.
Like, she's cheering herself on. I got this. We can do it. Nice.
Wait. The machine. It's the green. The decaying one.
The gas.
Yes. It's not good for living beings.
We don't have time for that.
I am not moving until the wrong is set right.
Damn it.
Nice. She's stubborn. God, I wish Kat was here.
I'd be better off finding a tool.
Always with these dang tools.
Perfect.
Perfect. Uh-oh.
All right. That should do it. Let's move.
Also, uh-oh. Her husband.
Where the hell do you think you're going, woman?
I'm your puppet no more, you bastard!
You're my wife. My wife. You owe me obedience.
Leave her alone! We're leaving this crazy island.
You are going nowhere. Don't get between me and my wife.
Uh-oh.
Edward! Nobody tells me what to do with my wife.
Getting a divorce.
How dare you?
Oh yeah, that's definitely gonna hurt. Throwing me into the fence.
No.
I hope we get to talk our way out of this.
Take her away when I could snap your neck.
Ew, elegance, right? Occultism. Investigation.
Your cult. They don't want me dead. Why?
Not a cult.
Because you are the one destined to perform the call. Your wife thinks so. Fool. My desire to protect Sarah is stronger than their petty schemes.
No, my skill point check.
No, detective. She is much, much more than a woman. She is the Oracle. Sarah has seen things, has made things you can't even begin to imagine. Would you still save her if I told you that she is even more dangerous than I am? It was her magic. The bookstore. How do you know that?
I was there.
It does not matter. Sarah has been in the presence of the myth for too long. Even if she were to leave Darkwater, she would still hear his call. And the cult will always be here, waiting for her. Then we get rid of its members. You are out of your league, detective. They control the whole island. She will finally surrender to his power, and the world will fall with her. Don't! No one can escape the wheel of destiny, they say. But
Everybody keeps talking about destiny.
I will save Sarah.
Ooh. Right in the neck. Oh my god, they're holding hands. Just like I almost got to do with Cat. Who had the axe? Where did that come from? Are we storing that in our jacket from earlier? Oh, well, well. Blah, blah. Gonna be your outfit the rest of the game.
No parent should have to bury their child, knowing it's me that put him there. The guilt.
I guess the son actually
will
did
never
die.
Go away.
I feel your pain.
I'll do anything to get him back. Anything.
Anything. Just gonna summon Cthulhu.
My work was what lured me here in the first place. It began showing me things. Things I never should have painted. Things Charles should never have seen.
What am I to you? I took care of you, saved you from your miserable life.
Dude, this guy sucks.
A man better than me. You owe me.
I owe you nothing. We'll leave now.
Now you tell him.
You're not going anywhere. You are mine.
Yeah. Kind of deserved it. There's no way that killed the kid. Well, unless the kid just stayed in the fire. Wait, because he did stay in the fire because there was an imprint of the kid.
Simon.
Come on. It's over now.
I wonder if their grandpa's gonna show up. He's the guy that hired us originally. Uh-oh. Uh-huh.
You are not seriously considering exposing yourself to that influence again.
Oh yeah, Drake.
Have a choice?
How many points do we have? 12. Meant. Well, anyways, speaking of that, this is where we take a break from this game specifically for today.